That's crocodile. Yeah, there is one guy in Langley. I know that like Nutty Wombat lives in the area, but like there's one dude in Langley who maintains, sells, makes reproduction parts, and restores reel-to-reel machines. There's also a place in South Surrey called Innovative Audio. They don't specifically do reel-to-reel stuff, but sometimes they have reel-to-reel stuff. I mean, it's like those guys that just bring paint buckets and play drums, right? And they just, like, get, like, some pretty fucking amazing beats going with nothing but, like, Rona buckets. It's like that sort of stuff, right? Trash in the camp, etc. Wait, really? That's like the one Boards of Canada album I don't own. Leitebe. Maybe I should listen to Music Has the Right to Children then. Welcome to my tiny fort, chat. This is my tiny fort, currently. Yeah. This is it. It's very tiny. We have 40 individuals in the fort. However, most of them are not dwarves. Most of them are actually, not kobolds, gremlins, of which we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I had 14 at one point, but one of them died in adventure mode. My goal is to hopefully let them get married, but I'm actually a little worried because they're all owned by Cafit, that I'm a little concerned that maybe because of that, unless Cafit joins the fort permanently, they won't be able to do anything because all they can do is attend meetings. They aren't actually socializing with anybody but each other. So a lot of their needs aren't being filled. I'm a little worried about them, but hopefully the adventurer will join the fort today and that problem will cease to be a problem. We also have a lot of snakes, and I should probably eat these giant cave swallows. We also have quite a few crabs. We've got Sir Crabicus, and Toothless, the snake, had all of his teeth knocked out, which is just kind of sad. He got all of his teeth knocked out by a troglodyte. For named critters, we do have Pinchers, the crab, and we've got Litteran, Kit Fox, Amy Thing, Bootlegger, Bratwurst, Kevin, who's a legendary comedian, same with Bootlegger, by the way. We've got Neezer, Zachris, Snail, and that's it for kobolds. Why do I keep saying kobolds? Gremlins. And for dwarves, we have T-Chort. We have, apparently we need a bearded dwarf named Dracogen. We have, I know this is McWeeb. I can't remember what the first half. Otaku McWeeb is a dwarf. We have Alf. We have Moreb. We has Ice Blue. That's it. Dracogen would like a bearded dwarf. YouTube folks, if somebody puts, I don't know, the first person to write the word dwarf, D-O-R-F, gets to name a dwarf, if you would like. I don't know, who want you? Do you want to be the expedition leader? Do you want to be Meng, the surgeon? Do you want to be Aiden, the surgeon? Who you want? Kobolds are lizards, yeah. I think they also lay eggs. I think. You want Idan. I don't know anything about it. Dracogen. So, he has a strong tendency towards privacy and does not find most jokes humorous and tends to be passive in discussions, lives a fast-paced life, and could be considered rude. He isn't given to flights of fancy and isn't particularly curious about the world. Isn't particularly ambitious. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and rarely feels discouraged, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Ollie, what would you like? That's kind of an awareness test for the YouTube chat, to be honest. He personally values good craftsmanship and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and respects the development of his skill. No Name, thank you very much for the 6 gifted subscriptions. I don't know why the number 6 specifically, but appreciate you. Jeremy, can I get a round of beers? Oh, the 6-pack. There you go. Thank you. Well, I one of my pieces of art is hanging in the house of an artist, but I would say that that is cheating because that artist also happens to be my aunt. So, I mean, she does do, like, actual art shows and shit, but I don't know, she was over a couple months ago and liked it, and I was like, do you want it? And she's like, yeah, and I'm like, take it, sure. It still counts? Okay, well. Some kind of crossmill bow dwarf. So you want somebody in the military? I just realized that every single unnamed dwarf in my military are ladies. Could you be a little bit more specific than that? I do have a standing military. I don't have any marks dwarves yet. I do have one trapper and one hunter, but that hunter is an adventurer that I don't want to name. I could make a mark store, like a crossbow squad. Just give me a second. I'll just say armor, headwear, legwear, handwear. I'm just not going to be specific. Shields or bucklers, and then crossbows. Let's see. I mean, who strikes your fancy here? Kogan or Ingas? You should have thought of this first. I mean, hey. I kind of do need a Marksdorf squad military, although I'm not gonna, like, get them doing much yet. They're just gonna sit there idle. Or rather, they're just gonna be off duty for right now. That reminds me of something funny. You want to do a number between 1 and 1,000 the other day, and what the number came up with. I feel like that's rigged. If I made a number generator, I would weight it in the favor of that. All right, so Ingas says, "What's this about proper living?" And he likes to brawl and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He is stubborn, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is slow to trust others, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he likes to keep, he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Also, dumb question. Okay, I did actually name Dracogen. I was like, did I actually type the name in there? If you'd like a different variation on your name, Ollie, do let me know. Boy, Luke. He personally values self-control and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes glass, aluminum, and rhodolite, as well as llama wool, thrones, ducks for their quacks, and snails for their shells, and the words of the auburn boulders. You know, that's kind of like a not weird like. So a lot of the dwarves have very strange things that they like about animals, but that's like kind of a normal one, liking snails for their shells. I mean, I like a whack, whack, whack as much as the next dwarf, apparently. When possible, prefers to consume wine and absolutely hates bark scorpions. It's like Hunter Call of the Wild has a duck caller that has absolutely no negative impact on the game if you just go around quacking, but it's really loud for other players. It is the best trolling mechanism in that game. Like, try sitting on a call with several friends playing Hunter Call of the Wild and not burst out laughing when you just hear whack, 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 whack. and then realizing that Stalker has the same duck quack sound in it, and then not burst out laughing. You never considered Cow's Moose be hunting? I've always wanted to, like, interrogate, like, the thought process of Zach and Tarn when they did all of this flavor text, but this is mostly Zach's writing, right? Like, Zach does all of the flavor text and writing for it. You hope he's stable enough to leave? Probably. I mean, he wants to fight. I think he'll be okay. Especially because he wants to master his skill. He likes aluminum and rhodolite, as well as llama wool and thrones, and I already read all that. He worships Kun Kun, which is Kun Cat, which is the dwarf of death and something. Yeah, let me just double check that. Yeah, the god of death and the stars. It's like the cosmic god of something. Now, a little bit about this fortress. We have a whole lot of anacondas here that I brought here from adventure mode. There is a problem with these anacondas. Not anacondas, giant cobras. There is a problem with these giant cobras. They are hostile to my traders. This happens sometimes when you play adventure mode and you bring animals from adventure mode, is traders don't like them. So I haven't actually traded yet, and we are on year 3. Because both times the traders have arrived, they've walked past these doors and died to my giant cobras. I presume they're also not going to be friendly with the gremlins. So I have to be very careful and kind of separate the livestock and animals from the surface, which is fine. I just need to be really careful when I trade. That's the first thing. The second thing is I am actively searching this necromancer tower right here, which I destroyed with this fort quite some time ago. Now, the reason I'm actively searching this place, and I'm going to send out the squads right now, is I'm trying to acquire the secrets of life and death. Because I want to make this into a necromancer fort. Now, some of you might be like, well, right now, necromancers summon things that can destroy your fort. I know. So, I'm trying to work on my necromancy tech a little bit. Hear me out. Down here, I've dug out this whole layer, all right? And I've got this. This is a room that is going to be completely filled with cage traps. I'm going to fill this entire room with cage traps. Behind here, I'm going to put a cage trap that will include a, like, troll, probably. There will be cage trap here and all around here. This will be turned into fortifications right here. I'm going to lock one necromancer in this room, all right? And when they pull this lever, it will release that creature, which will hopefully throw them into combat. Now, here's the asterisk. When you pull this lever, this is going to drop one floor tile, which will cause a cave-in. Now, there are creatures that are not cage trappable. A lot of the creatures necromancers can summon are not cage trappable. My idea is that using this method, you can cage trap anything, including, like, forgotten beasts, if you're lucky. My idea here is, as I resurrect bodies, or alternatively create nightmares, hopefully the cave-in and the collapsing floor will be enough to also cage trap the necromancer, and hopefully also the zombie, and hopefully also the nightmare, or whatever else they summon. No, it's anything that's lying down or unconscious can't evade traps. So if they're lying down, which happens when you get caught in a cave-in, they can't avoid traps. That's my hope. I answered this question from you yesterday. We don't know the full details yet. But the answer is usually probably if you want all of the new stuff. If you read the post that they posted, it says that the new behaviors, I don't know if you're in an ad now, because an ad just started, but at the very least, yes, Tyrantos. I'm like 98% sure I answered this question for you specifically yesterday. But like, if you go to the post that they posted yesterday, it states that, like in the Steam post, it states that some of the features will work, the new behaviors will all work, the new mounts won't be there. I'm under the assumption that the bolt throwing stuff won't be there, but the goblins will be able to build, I think. But they just won't bring all of the new assets because you need to load the assets into the world. Yeah, also in the trailer, Tarn says there will be no big picks without world generation. I would assume that they also probably can't bring the battering rams, but fucking who knows. Basically, you will be able to play with the new stuff, but if you want the full experience, you'll probably need to make a new world. And that's almost always been the case with historic patches for Dwarf War, where you'll get like 98% of the new stuff, like with the dying stuff, right? The dying changes that were added. You don't have any of the new dyes, but like the dye mixing is now there if you don't generate a new world. This is true, Vakruk. So we won't know until it's out. And I don't know until it's out. I have no idea. We'll have to find out, won't we? Sad LH. We'll have to find out, won't we? Troll. So, Dwarf Fortress World Gen, historically, has never been able to give the player or the enemy new items that have been added after a patch without generating a new world, because those items don't exist in the universe. As an example, some factions maybe don't have access to high boots, right? There is no way to like flip a switch and then give that faction access to high boots. So you need to generate a new world if you want a Dwarven faction that has access to high boots. The same goes for like goblins. So if you, like, as an example, when that patch came out where suddenly trolls were fixed and then Mineras could come as part of sieges, same with cave dragons, it's the same patch where they fixed doors. The only change that the player would have seen is doors now get broken sometimes, instead of, like, sieges showing up with more variety. The variety required a new world. Also, please just ask the developers this question, because I'm guessing. And assuming based on historical situations. So I'm not this all-knowing person with foresight or something. I just guess based on historical situations. I'll be honest with you. The only thing that's been on my mind since learning when it's going to come out, Generic Dwarf, is, oh god, I have to finish all of my video projects before that releases, otherwise they're just never going to get done. I don't want that boat murdered video to just stay in development hell forever, so I need to finish it. Oh fuck. That's the only thing that's been on my mind. I'll worry about it when I get there. Probably, but like it's, I don't know. I don't think as far ahead as I think some people think I do. I'm still trying to figure out how to like get these necromancers to be safely usable. That's all I'm really thinking about. Anyway, I gotta clean out some of my cages now. I also have a bunch of Gorlax in cages, which I kind of feel bad about. I kind of just want to throw them in with the snakes, but instead I think I'm actually just gonna put them out here. Just escort them out to the surface. There goes the soldiers. Enjoy the PC restart. But yeah, trolls already wear armor. QCQ, they just don't have sprites for it. Like, literally, if you see, like, a trained troll that says, like, an axe troll or a sword troll or a whatever, like, weapon-wielding troll, they are wearing armor. You just have to examine them. They just don't have sprites for it. Similar to, like, the, what is it called? Animal people. They were just mentioning in YouTube chat that they were wondering if we'll ever see troll-sized armor. It's like, well, we do. It just doesn't have sprites. You think this fort will be the last in when the siege update comes? Maybe, because, like, it depends on how far it gets. Maybe because, like, I might, like, play a different game for a couple days before. Because usually, like, right before big updates, that's when I take the opportunity to get over burnout or do something different. Or, alternatively, depending on when this fort ends, I might... Because actually, it's not that far out. I mean, how many streams do I even have left? I mean, I have 1, 2, 3... I have minimum 6 streams, at most 8 streams. Yeah, probably, actually. Because it's likely that I will finish this fort, and if I finish this fort with enough time left before the update drops, I will most likely just, you know... How do I word this? I will most likely just... play something else for a week. If I end up with extra days. Or who knows, maybe they'll let me in early. I don't know. Oh, I'm sure there will be new bugs. There's always new bugs. That's part of playing video games, Ratus. So, hold on. I need to do a little bit of math. Layer number 5. So I need basically 100 layers of this. Okay. How many logs do I have right now? 130. Wait, no, 53. Okay, so let's do... How about instead of doing charcoal and logs, I just make a temporary forge for this. I think that's what I'll do. So what I need to do is I need to dig all the way up here. Whew, just makes it. Because I need lava. I need lava. Although I don't actually know if I'm going to go this high. And then the other thing that I need is I need stone storage. I guess my question, Vakruk, is do you want this fort to last until the siege update comes? Oops. Squaddies have returned. But yeah, also this is a necromancer fort, so who fucking knows? This fort could, like, end in an explosion of death very suddenly. The possibilities that the tower was looted. But yeah, honestly, the thing that's been on my mind the most is purely just... How am I going to... I need to double check something. How am I going to account for... Or how am I going to find the time to get that video done? Because I've got some stuff this weekend, but not a lot of stuff this weekend that I have to do in real life. And then I have to go to a baby shower the following weekend, so... I'm a little bit worried. Be honest. I did 3 hours of recording last night, though, so that's something. Let's just go down here real quick and place a bunch of flooring. Because it looks like it could fend off any siege. I'll tell you this, those giant cobras could probably fend off small goblin incursions I don't know about any siege. Maybe if I lock the door. Does the color? What do you mean by color? This is new information to me, I guess, on paper. I've only ever seen purple ones. Like, if we're talking about skin tone, I've only ever seen them like that palish purple. I need to slaughter everything in cages. They can be other colors? Yeah, snatchers won't be able to get through that, exactly. I'll be completely honest when it comes to bugs in Dwarf Fort YouTube chat, just because you guys are talking about it. I don't fully get a lot of people's, like, visceral animosity against bugs in Dwarf Fort. Unless they consider, like, just the game to be a bug in and of itself, because, like if they're talking about, like, dwarves running into fights and stuff, I don't consider that a bug. I think some people just have different definitions of what is a bug in Dwarf Fortress, and I think it's, like, more just, like, a disconnect between certain players and the developers of the game more so than, like, actual issues with the game. Maybe that's me being dismissive, I don't know, but... I mean, yeah. I also hate large roaches. What of it, Darius? How does that brick a save? What? I've never encountered this, so... Huh? Please explain a little bit. Criddle the Jurist. You have 8 agitated giant flies. Dwarves, and when they are gone, the next wave comes in. Don't tell me about bugs in Dwarf Fort. I mean... Between 2 adjacent forts, okay. And it no longer worked. What do you mean by no longer worked? Like it wouldn't load? Like, what do you mean no longer worked? Yeah. I mean, it was convenient, which is why it's there. Sad LH. I mean, oh, okay. I mean, hey, yes, that is a bug, but I would also, I'm not gonna lie. This might sound dismissive, and I apologize. That is an extremely niche case scenario, if that is actually something that happened, and I believe it. I mean, that would be a case where you send that to the developers and say, hey, can you fix this? Like, that's like a pointed case that you should send to Putnam. But, like, I don't think that's what people mean when they say this game is riddled with constant bugs. Because, like, this is probably something I shouldn't do, but I do from time to time. I do look at the Steam forums for this game and, like, Reddit sometimes, because it's nice to know what people are talking about. And every now and again, I see somebody who's like, I play this game every 5 years and stop playing due to the, like, piles of bugs making the game completely unplayable. And I'm just like, I don't see this problem. Like, I don't run into this. Like, what are you talking about? No, I mean, I would be pissed off, too, if that happened to me, for clarity here. But, like... Like, yeah, sure. I mean, like, some of the stuff that, like, Rum Rusher finds, as an example, fascinates me. And Rum Rusher is just really good at, like, thinking outside of the literal and physical box when it comes to Dwarf Fortress and playing it in ways that it was 100% not designed to do, and breaking it in, like, insane proportions. the Why Is There Hunger review for Noida is your favorite of the wrong reviews ever? Or like the... all of the negative reviews I've seen for Jupiter Hell over the years that are like, why would anybody make a turn-based roguelike? Like that kind of thing? Does Rumrusher upload to YouTube? Rumrusher is a person who pops into the chat and is a frequent poster on the Bay12 forums. I don't think Rumrusher does anything on YouTube. At least not to my knowledge. Rumrusher's like... Rumrusher could probably do like a master's degree in things like getting boogeymen playable in adventure mode and getting boogeymen into forts that are on your side and using no mods to do it. Like wild things that the game shouldn't be able to do that I don't even know how they do it. And I like read the posts about it and it's like, Factual Tower. These are just books that we're stealing. Interpretations of Lodcrafted, The Occult Wealth, The Tower in the Time of My Ancestors, Captivated by the Dwarf, The Student's Tower. None of these are going to be the Necronomicon. We'll find it eventually. Most bugs are workable, just Marksdwarf's not training is a bother. I don't understand the Marksdwarf's not training thing, because I've never ran into that issue. Like, I mean, I could get my here, I'll make my Marksdwarfs train. And just show people. Because, like, that one, like, confuses the crap out of me. They've never trained all at the same time. Like, they do it in shifts. 1 or 2 at a time. But, like, I've literally never had issues getting them to train. Before or after the changes. Like, the only, like, oddity now is you just need to make sure that they have bolts assigned. Which they do. And I personally don't like them using metal bolts for training, so I just say material, bone, training, add ammunition, bolts, scroll down, material, whoops, metal bolts, combat, confirm. And then when they go train, uh-oh. That's actually a big problem. Let's just throw a couple more dwarves into here so that they go beat the crap out of this crocodile. Real quick. Oh, never mind. He got dealt with. Cage got him. It's fine. Shoutouts to Nicholas. That was patched out in the last, what's the word? That was patched out in the last update, though. Tarantos. Like, that's fixed. Like, that was an issue for a bit, but it's fixed. Name me a cage trap. What do you want me to name it? Or do you want me to call it Some Otters? Or, like, Some Otters Cage Trap or something. Like, is there something specific you would like me to call it? Last time he played with Steam launch and getting overrun by cave solo and the constant invasions. The game is pretty categorically different since the launch, John Doe. That's another thing is like, I mean, I think all games get this to a degree, but like people complaining about things that were fixed years ago, like they just straight up removed the invasions. The invasions aren't in the game anymore. They have been disabled and won't be back until they've been redone due to them causing issues, right? Alongside of like, I'm actually just going to put a cage up here and just put unwanted animals into it. You have hope? That's bizarre, because like my last fort, which was made before that patch, had dozens of dwarves training with Mark's dwarves. Like dozens. Okay, let's just go here. Go troglodyte. There's gonna be so many troglodytes in this stage pretty soon. Oh shit! I should have looked at that sooner. The kobolds are joining the fortress. Why do I keep saying kobolds? Chat, I need like a swear jar for kobolds. The gremlins are joining the fortress. My brain is short-circuited today, and I've like lost the word gremlin from my vocabulary. There's gremlins in my brain. But anyway, the gremlins are joining the fort. Which means, if I unpause the game, they should be able to do more than just drink now. And eat, and complain. Because if we actually look at them, they're now citizens of the alchemical books. Oi! Oh, you're trained. Okay, that's like, why is there a cave swallow in the fort? It's because we're butchering it. Also, wow. I thought I just saw a dead dwarf right there. I did not, but I thought I did. Let's follow Bratwurst. They should be able to socialize now. Should be. I'm gonna, real quick also, make a tavern. So I don't actually think I have one currently. All right, anyway, let's, oh, you're stationed. Stop it. Just the one that we lost in the trek over. None have been lost since I started the fortress. They should be able to socialize now, though. That's the main difference. Should be. They also should be able to sleep in their bedrooms now. But maybe they can't because they're... You know, I'm gonna try something. I'm curious, because that should allow them to be able to socialize. I'm wondering if it's because they're technically pets that they can't. Because I did bring them with an adventurer, like maybe that's causing weird oddities. Will we get gremlin marriage soon? I'm not sure. I mean, they're now capable of being made into like captains of the guard and hammerers and brokers. Like I can have a gremlin bookkeeper now. So I'm gonna make Kevin my bookkeeper, which means Kevin needs an office. Are gremlins any good at bookkeeping? No, but they'll learn. I mean, dwarves aren't any good at it until they learn. How did the run go? What did you miss over the last hour? The gremlins have joined the fort. I repeat, the gremlins have joined the fort. Yeah, I want the adventurer to be the sheriff, but the sheriff is not a bookkeeper. About Lodcrafted, Departure, the definitive guide. Is it Mebzith storage for students? Could it be storage eviscerated tools? None of those sound like an Omicon. More like necrocomic cull. I can also, put them in a squad. Excellent. I kind of like how somebody who tries to only ever have brewers brewing or gem cutters cutting gems, it's like how to throw somebody in the job and they'll get there. It's not the end of the world. Yeah. They'll figure it out. Like, dwarves don't need to be good at something off the bat. Same goes for gremlins. Gremlin crossbow squat. I wonder if they can equip crossbows. They can't equip things if they're too heavy or too bulky. Like, they can equip short swords, but they can't equip spears. So, at least I don't think they can. I seem to recall having trouble making them equip spears. So, I do need to mess with that. And my adventurer has also now joined. So, Kafit has joined as well. I could make them entertainers, yes. Although Kevin is a bookkeeper. Okay, you know what? Sure. Let's put somebody else in the bookkeeper role. Although a gremlin... Let's make Snail the bookkeeper. Although a gremlin captain of the guard is just funny because they don't really do much damage. Yep, update stockpile records. That's what I want to see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do make own on one of these gremlins and just see if that allows them to socialize. Although it looks like they are socializing. They're just not, they don't have the job recognition. Weird. Like, it's just not recognized as a job that they are completing. Bizarre. Since I have more dwarves now, I'm just going to make a bunch of these and just type in rock blocks and just get a bunch of those rolling. Let's do 100. And also go down to here. Unforbid that, and then make this into a seed stockpile. And then go up to here. Remove seeds. Go back down to here. Remove barrels. Or maybe just, yeah. How do you make a farm self-sufficient? You are... My response is generally for this question, how do you not make a farm self-sufficient because they produce so many seeds? It usually means that you've got an issue in your like pipeline for management for the farm itself. Like, are you cooking, like overcooking things? Do you have seeds allowed to be cooked? That could cause it, because I have a hard time not making them self-sufficient. So usually, like, there's something missing in your production pipeline. I'm not cooking anything right now, so I don't have to worry about it, but, like, you could theoretically be overcooking your plump helmets and then not have enough seeds left over, because cooking destroys seeds, whereas brewing doesn't. I usually end up allowing a lot of the different seeds to be cooked. Like, I'm not going to cook rye, alfalfa, or I'm not going to be doing anything with rye, alfalfa, or anything, or strawberries, or ratweed, or barley. So these can all just be cooked. I don't need, like, plump helmet spawn to be cooked. Also, I didn't ever turn this off. I swear that those used to be set to default. Oh no, it's the full-size plump helmets, not the plump helmet spawn. Duh. Your dwarves just don't have anything to drink? Do you have enough barrels? I need to use the washroom chat. We're in an ad break, but if you guys could help our friend here figure out what the issue is, that'd be great. I think barrels might be the problem. Yeah, there's usually like one step missing. Like if you don't have enough drinks, it's probably you don't have barrels. And if you don't have enough wood for barrels, you can make rock pots at craft store shops, which I've made a bunch of because wood is not scarce in this map. Where's my food? Yeah, all these things. Large rock pots. Also, I should just make a farmer's shop real quick. And just get rid of all the milk, because I've actually got kind of a lot of milk in this stockpile too, now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, the gremlins joined the fort and so did the adventurer. So that's the main thing, which means we now have a gremlin bookkeeper. Who's doing his job up here, and he's a dabbling bookkeeper. They should also be able to start learning skills, in theory. If people do, or people have meetings. Down here. Although, one thing that I think is kind of weird, they're becoming friends with dwarves, but they're not becoming friends with each other. Which is really interesting to me. Uh-oh. Got an injured dwarf. And I think my doctor is, Oh. My doctor is the injured dwarf. Go figure. Who's currently off drinking. There you go. Yeah, no, they do have to learn through guild halls. I know they can't be assigned to specific tasks. Like, I can't make them, like, brew drinks or anything, but... What do you need? You need cleaning. Clean patient. Okay, what else do you need? Need surgery. Socialize new arrivals. Okay, let's see if they brought back any useful books. Gremlin hospital staff. I don't think they can be manned as hospital staff. I mean, they can do orderlies, I think. There's a lot of tasks they can't do. They're kind of like children, where like there's some things they just kind of end up doing, but... Because you got to remember, none of this is actually intended mechanics. Technically, the gremlins being able to function in the fort at all is a bug. Mortality for everyone! That's sounds like a cheerful novel. Pathways to the descent, Truth Scroll, Course on the Tower, Tower Without Limits, and never underestimate the tower. What is mortality for everyone? The item is an image in a manual entitled Mortality Forever. The writing, it concerns the secret of life and death. Found it! Bada bing, bada boom. Hell yeah. Okay, so. Now that we've found the Necronomodoppel, I'm going to hide it somewhere so the doors can't read it, and then we can make a library. More like immortality for everybody, if you ask me. I'm just gonna go through here real quick and make some more bedrooms first. And notice that the catapults not only shoot diagonally, but the rock splits into smaller rocks on impact. Oh, really? Huh. You know, the footage in that trailer is so fast. It's like bloody hard to follow, I gotta say. Let's make cheese and process whatever plants we have. And I'll just queue up manual tasks to do that. Yeah, that's wild. I hadn't realized that, to be honest. I need to move you now. Also a bit scared. I'm a bit scared too, but I'm sure that if it becomes too difficult, it can be tweakable. Also, I forgot to close the door, so now there's glare on my monitor. There we go. Glare sorted. Yeah, what I really want to know is I want to see the UI for them. Because right now it's just like load, hold fire, and like fire at will. Like, can we tell them to target specific enemies? Or I really want to see the UI breakdown. I'm also like debating as to whether or not I should do another video on that video. I don't know. Currently, I feel like I should just finish the... what do you call it? Future of the Fortress for this month, because I haven't actually done that yet. And also finish my boat murdered video. I mean, ballistas are already very powerful. They're just extremely unreliable. It's kind of like... how do I put it? Kind of like, oh, actually, hold on. There's something else I gotta check, too. What are hunters technically using? Oh, you just don't have any bone bolts to use for training. That's the issue. That is the issue. So you just don't have any bone bolts equipped. So what I need to do is I need to go over here and I need to plop you there. Actually, no, sorry. I don't need to do that. I need to do this. I need to make a barracks so that you can store your ammo there. And once that's built, you should be able to place your ammo in there. You don't think that there's much that can face tank one? Metal or stone forgotten beasts can, because they just shred mostly. Now you're just being busy and drinking. Most of the gremlins are stressed, but at the very least, you know, they're continuing to make acquaintances. I'm just concerned about the fact that they're not making acquaintances with each other. That might actually make it difficult to get gremlin babies if they don't get married. Because they have to get married in order to make babies. Hello, Ice Blue. How is things? New ballista will be like a machine gun. Yeah, like I said, I'm just really curious to see what the result is. Yeah, this dwarf currently can't train because he doesn't have any bolts he can use for training. So he has to go get bolts that he can use for training. Because currently, right now, he's like, just got iron bolts in his inventory. So what I could do is I could say, go off duty, go put all your stuff away, and go train. See what you pick up now. Or I could just actually let him use the steel bolts for training. I know that I say that where I'm just like, I've never had problems, but it's like whenever I then talk about it, it's like then I run into problems. Odd. Yeah, I don't know. I know that like Marks dwarves are always like significantly less reliable when it comes to actually doing archery practice, but let's just chuck a couple extras in here. My God, I want to make. Fuck it, I'm making a gremlin squad. Hold up. Get to it, gremlins. Well, they're doing individual combat drills. That's very funny. Very often in the trailer, yeah, specifically because they are the, like, demon leaders or whatever, which, like, supposedly can happen right now. They're just extraordinarily uncommon. Actually, this might be a way to give them official roles. Just give them some skills. I guess they can't wear crossbows. What about metal armor? Oop, there's something you can use. What can you use? Oh, yeah, there's a knife in the fort, isn't there? You're gonna go grab the one knife. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, he grabs the one knife. The singular large iron dagger. I should have brought more of those. Oh, well. Let's go continue to scan this.
Over here, he has a sword.
Grabs the letter opener, grabs the ruler, and a wooden spoon. Oh, that's interesting. The gremlins all lost their bedrooms when they became members of the fort. Curious. Wonder why that is. Okay, let's go as deep as I can real quick. I'll just go to right here. There's a bunch of magma crabs there that I don't really want to let in. So I guess I could put bars down here. Actually, no, I guess the spot that I should be building this would be like right here. This is where I should be building this. I'm just making a tiny little space for some magma forges. Yeah, that'll do it. Although that's gonna get canceled in a few spots, but that's fine. No, they can't make daggers. I mean, artifact daggers, sure, but my day's all right. John, yourself in YouTube chat? Gremlins have not been changed since like 2006. As far as I know, anyway. Grow a gremlin if available. We're almost out of gremlins. Almost out. As far as gremlins go, what do we has? She can be caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She's very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and she is sometimes cruel. She is sloppy with her living space and inattentive to detail in her own work and finds obligations confining, but she has an active sense of humor, and she tends to be passive in discussions, is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors, and likes a little excitement now and then, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I mean, there's a few things I would change if I had the opportunity. Yeah, see, this dwarf is doing archery practice now. Yeah, I just needed to turn their uniform off so that they could go grab the right bolts to use for training. Because they had the wrong bolts from the get-go, so I literally just had to kind of turn them off and on again. I mean, now I can set that as just training and that as just combat, because now all the right bolts are there. So yeah, getting them to train was just a matter of, like, assigning the right stuff, it looks like. Although now they went and stopped doing it. Well, although you just straight up ran out of bolts, probably because you're the one who has all of it now. So I don't know. That's bizarre. I'm a little weirded out by this. And the gremlins still don't know how to sleep in their beds, which is sad. Oh, nope, never mind. Some of them do. That's good. And Snail is also ambivalent about not having a shirt. Progress is being made, chat rooms. Progress is being made. Is only Soldier Dwarves operating siege engines? The only change I want made is if a dwarf takes the job of operating a siege engine, they are not able to run away in fear. And if you look at the trailer really closely, that seems to be the case. That isn't happening. Soldier dwarves are not operating siege engines. It is still citizens and siege operators. However, if you look at the trailer, you can very clearly see dwarves walk up within vision of combat and start operating a siege engine. So I don't think that'll be a concern anymore. I just don't want them running away from fear while operating a siege engine or while walking to operate or reload a siege engine. So that seems to be the case from the footage that we've seen. So I'm not too concerned about that. Vakrak. But, you know, as with everything, more testing must be done. Okay, so I'm going to put a pedestal right here for right now. I don't think so. I personally, like, a lot of people go after, like, gremlins as a thing, especially since I've made some videos about them. I like them as this weird fucked thing because the idea of gremlins literally being broken because they're gremlins is maybe the most gremlin thing. I mean, maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but I genuinely really, really like the fact that gremlins are just broken. Does discipline affect fear? I don't know. I've never, like, I will tell you this. I've never really managed to make siege engines functional in the current game. At least not in a very long time. I mean, you can. I've seen people do it, but it's one of those, like, I'd rather just make Marks Dwarfs. So, like, I'm not, I don't know. If it does, I haven't seen it. Where is mortality for everyone? I can't find it. What color is it? My friend targets. Yes. Master of the Tower. I can't find it. Master of the Tower. Where's mortality for everyone? Excuse me. I mean, no, I'm just putting it somewhere specific so that I can... Oh, it's a scroll. Duh. I'm just putting it somewhere specific so that I can make a library. That's all I'm doing. Because if I put it in there, then it won't get put into the library, so I can be specific about who gets it. Okay, so that's aquifer level. This is all bedroom level. You would need to do more testing or ask somebody who's done the testing, because I'm not going to speak definitively on something I don't know. Generic dwarf. No, I mean, like, I put that one into a squad, John. Few months back. That video, like, that gremlin worked its way into squads several times. This dwarf is pretty skilled in combat, actually. I'll throw you into the military in that regard. So no, nothing new here. Yeah, incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. I will need to make weapons. Try to get more knives. I'm mostly putting them in the squad to keep them happy. I'm not really putting them in the squad to make them fight, but yeah, that's not a bad idea. I would have to trade with humans. I haven't traded with anyone successfully so far, so there is that. Because my King Cobras have this habit of just murdering all the traders that show up. Or my traders have a habit of trying to murder my King Cobras and then losing. So, haven't had much in the way of luck there so far. Look at this. Harvesting plants. Excellent. Oh, I see. Those ones probably just haven't joined yet. So now if I turn off this squad and set them to off-duty, I want to see if they gather other or start doing other jobs after a bit. Although, maybe, no, I need them to get, I guess, high enough in observation that they're capable of doing other jobs. The mischief of what's an offensive but also affectionate word to describe a gremlin that I could use in this list? Yeah, the embark size. The map, like, fits in one screen, basically. You know, honestly, the Mischief of Bugs is actually pretty good. Because this is how big the map is. So it's very small. And honestly, at this point, the thing that I need more than anything is just wood. Because how many logs do I have? 13? Yeah, not many. Okay, so let's finish this up. Although, actually, they're all digging up here, right? This should all be priority number 2, or 3, maybe, even. You had mild success with a 1x16. So in YouTube chat, Nymph says that they had mild success with a 1x16 embark with barista before, and I'm presuming they meant to say ballista. But I like to think that you just made a really big coffee shop. Actually, Nuisance is also pretty good, Hylam. I don't know. I think we'll stick with this, though. You thought they would show us round in the Dwarf sprite, but they don't. Yeah. No, it's just, I think it's just a palette swap, actually. Okay, so let's actually build us a tavern. Oopsies. Which, this is uh-oh. Got rotten stuff. Let's just close this door so it stops being as much of an issue. Which I should probably put on a different layer, but I don't really want to put it down here. This should all be moved. I'm just going to put the tavern right here on this layer. This can be the... Nah, I'll just move some things. I'll just move some things. Let's also get rid of this stockpile. This is like the constant fight with a fort like this, where it's like everything is too small. I don't have enough space for anything. So organizing everything is just going to be a struggle forever. For absolutely ever. And also making things look nice is going to be a pain for me because I'm very picky about how I like things looking. Actually, let's not move that just yet. We'll move that after. Simply have enough space and dwarves and hands to be able to deal with the rotting meat as it appears is probably the easiest and best way to deal with rotting meat. From butcher shops, you don't need to put your butcher shops outside. That is an option, though. But I try to just make sure that I have enough dwarves capable of doing the task so that it's not so much of an issue. That or just simply enclose it and then lock the door when it starts to smell. But it usually just means that your stockpiles are full. Have you ever seen a dwarf hate another dwarf? Sometimes dwarves get into arguments a lot, and then they have no friends. Because the game doesn't, like, point and say, this dwarf hates this person, you don't really see that. But, like, you can infer it if they constantly argue with somebody specific. But hate? I mean, hate's a pretty strong word, so no, not really. But I've certainly seen dwarves that argue a lot, that seemingly cause problems because of it. Yeah, that's usually actually the reason is there's just too many hauling jobs created by all of the butchering that you're doing. Okay, so let's move a lot of our storage down here. I'm just gonna make this a everything, but like, let's be reasonable here. No food, no ammo, no wood. No, everything, no ammo, no wood, no food, no gems. This is gonna make a lot of hauling jobs, but it's fine. Gotta move a lot of stuff. And then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down to here. And I'm going to dig up one tile right here. And then put bars right there. This is all granite. Put a dolomite door right there, and then I'll put a wall piece right there. And this is going to be made into a tiny little smelting area that won't be used permanently, but will be used so that I can get this pump stack built. Wheelbarrows are also a very good way to restrict the number of jobs for a certain task. Speaking of actually not allowing everything, I shouldn't allow stone in this stockpile. Sorry, stone, but don't need that there. I do also need to make a wheelbarrow. Make 3 of them. Also need to hotkey this fortress soon. We're getting to that point. What the hell is that flaming snake thing? They show up in wilderness and scarier places. They're fire snakes. They're a vermin. They're kind of a pain in the ass to catch if you try and catch them. And that's about it. I mean, they sort of do things for adventure mode. Like, they make more books written, and give more books to be written. Like, if a scholar in your fortress has a breakthrough, then they can write books on that subject after the breakthrough, which they can't write before the breakthrough. So there kind of is, but I don't know. I'm in two minds about it. That's one of those things where it's like, on one hand, yeah, I mean, there's a world where that could be really interesting, but also there's a world where that could be really, really, really obnoxious. So it highly depends on what they do for me, but I'm open to that idea. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up to here, get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. I'm going to go down here, and I'm also just going to set this as a hotkey. Let's just say F4. They're going to be for metal ores, and I will put 3 wheelbarrows on that. And you, no wheelbarrows. Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, Masterwork is already pretty friggin' high quality. So you would have to pretty drastically change, like, how Masterworks function already. I think that's, like, not a bad idea on paper, but it would worry me that that would cause some much bigger changes than I think some people would initially anticipate. That's my concern. I mostly just wish that there was more things they could write books about. But who knows? I'm open to changes for stuff like that, and I'm sure we'll see changes to stuff like that. But, like, I'm also cautious when it comes to that, because I mean, it's pretty... I think people know me relatively well at this point, that I am not at all a fan of any kind of, like, tech tree progression, and I know that people yell all they want about tech tree progression, and will forever, and people will disagree with me on that for, like, the remainder of my human existence. But I'm not at all a fan of it. Okay, well, we've let these guys work on their fighting a wee bit. I'm going to take them off duty. Once they're done their individual combat drills anyway. It's not make the game harder, it's make the game less of what makes this game good. Like, what's cool about Dwarf Fortress is that it's a sandbox that can be taken in any order. And I very much agree with Tarn's take when it comes to tech trees in games like this, which is, if there were a tech tree, it would have to be faction-wide, and it would have to be abstracted, because it would be really weird to play one faction and get a whole bunch of tech, and then start a new fort in the same faction, and then have to teach that faction again the same tech, because everything else is faction-wide. So it would kind of go against basically everything this game does in its world sim, which would be bizarre. I don't need to imagine that because we already have guild halls. I guess, like, your vision for what you'd want... I'll say this, actually, Generic Dwarf. Go play Odd Realm and tell me if that's fun. Because that's one of the mechanics I don't like in Odd Realm, where, like, tech is books, and in order to learn tech, they have to read books, and learning things, they spawn books, and then the books have to be spent. It is ridiculously monotonous for seemingly no reason. I really like that game, and that's a mechanic I hate in that game. So, no, I absolutely do not want a tech tree in Dwarf Fortress. And I've said before that there's a few things that would make me not want to cover this game or play this game as much, because people like to ask me all the time about that. If this game implemented a non-disableable, like, mandatory tech tree that slowed down the game, that's something that would make me much less interested in playing this game as much as I do. And the second thing is if this game, or if the developers, like, went on a homophobic tirade or something. Which, that's not gonna happen, so I'm not worried about that one. But, like... Yeah, but, like, what you're describing sucks in my mind. Like, I can't imagine what you're describing in a way that I would want to play it. Maybe I'm the weird one, and I'm okay with that being the reality, Generic Dwarf. You're saying, like, imagine this like it's a good thing. I see that and I go, oh, that sounds awful. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think what I would, and this is, all just personal stuff, right? I would like to see things like tavern games implemented, which is another thing that Tarn has talked about for eons. I would like to see tavern games implemented. Maybe books could teach them other tavern games. You know? I like the abstract elements of Dwarf Fortress. And I think that compromising the abstract elements of Dwarf Fortress, at least for me, would heavily take away from the value that I get from this game. Like right now in adventure mode, you can learn poems by reading books, which you can then spread. But like, there's no material benefit for your dwarves having a wide cultural diversity in the game. If they were able to remove some of the abstraction there and make that more discernible, I think that would be really cool. I'm going to take these doors out of the tavern and see. Doesn't look like I can make the gremlins into performers. Oops. Also just going to set this number to 0 for the moment. Again, like, wouldn't that then need to be faction-wide, right? Rolf? Like, I don't see how that's a benefit to the game, I guess. You know? I think, like, when it comes to the way the game works right now, personally, I don't really want it to change too much when it comes to Dwarven technology. I'm more open to these kinds of ideas when it comes to magic. Essentially, what I mean by that is, if the magic stuff ends up being as procedural as I think Tarn envisions it, it would be really interesting to play a version of this game where, in order to, like, how do I put this? If, as an example, if every magician has unique sets of abilities in like I'm speculating and theory crafting and spewing nonsense here, so this is nothing. Actually, let's use magic potions as an example. I'm more interested in, like, things being difficult to build than things being acquirable in all instances. A tech tree makes things acquirable in all instances. As an example, magic potions are in adventure mode right now. If in order to make a magic potion that could heal any wound in fortress mode, you needed very specific ingredients. Similar to how, like, Noida from Run to Run changes potions, and you have to use, like, a third-party tool to tell you what they are. I don't know if they still do that, but I know they did that at one point. If that's how that works, that discovery could be a knowledge thing where the player needs to figure out how to make those potions, and they could be such weird ingredients that you can't get them on every map. That's interesting to me, because then you have to go out of your way to acquire the ingredients to make the thing, to have a big reward. Which would make sense why some fortresses could have access to it and some couldn't. Does that make sense? I don't want to play a version of this game where I can have access to everything, every fort, because then I'm just playing the same fort every time. Reasons to use the economy and seek out... it's the same reason, like, I don't play the game on... the most common, like, resource settings. I don't want everything to be available every time. Because if everything is available every time, then it loses all value. It just becomes the expectation, which is why one of the pieces of advice I often have for new players is like, turn down the frequency of minerals and mineral scarcity, because if minerals are scarce, then you value the fact that you found platinum. You know? Instead of it just being everywhere all the time with no real reward behind it. That's kind of where I'm at, but I don't know. You're welcome to disagree with me if you like. Just gonna throw an iron bar down there, although that's a floor bars. I need a vertical bars. Which is kind of why, like, I'm weird when it comes to, like, human-made like items. The dwarves don't need them. They already have plenty of stuff that's good enough for them. Like, you really don't need whips, just to throw that out there. Dwarves are stronger than humans because dwarves can go into a martial trance, so it makes sense why humans should have some items that are stronger than dwarves. But, like, what I would prefer to see would be, like, changes to the diplomacy system or trading, where if you have an alliance with humans, it would make it easier to import items like that en masse, you know? Or like if they changed how the trading system worked, maybe they could set up a deal where it's like, okay, you give us X number of masterwork swords and make it easier to acquire those, make sure you have them available and then send them off, and we'll just send you a messenger to just drop off these weapons. Stuff like that. Like, I don't need specific ways for me to be able to make them myself. Give me ways to acquire things within the world that make sense. But how the fuck do you find that book, Ice Leopard? Are you going to write that book? Okay, then in theory that dwarf already has that skill. Then you have to guarantee that that dwarf, or that make it possible for that book to exist in every world. Why don't you just make a doctor's guild and let them train each other for like a week? It doesn't mechanically make sense why that would exist. Ice Leopard. Gloves, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. At least to me, that doesn't make any sense. Why you would need that. I mean, it already is the case, generic dwarf. So yeah, I don't know. I think like a lot of these discussions come from being used to playing games where everything is accessible to every player all the time, which is fine. I think, like, that is a type of gameplay that we have become accustomed to, and I'm the same there. Like, I also have gotten used to everything being available most of the time when playing games. But I don't necessarily think that that always leads to the best gameplay. At least, in my opinion, but... that's all it is an opinion, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll do 7, that's fine. Same, Zortos. Same. I can't play Noida. I don't see well enough. It's very unpleasant to stream. I streamed it probably for about 30 hours during its early access and gave up, Bob. Like, my username is real. I don't see very well. So games that require pixel-perfect accuracy are almost always either extremely unpleasant for me, or I hit like a skill ceiling where I can't get past it because I can't actually see what I'm supposed to be avoiding. And games that can kill you with 1 pixel, most bullet hell games are just like even Hades like had that problem for me where I just can't. I just don't see well enough. Not without turning on God mode or something. I mean, a good example of this is a game that I really love, Brigador. which is a like top-down mech sim. In order to get most of the achievements in that game, I turned on God mode and played off stream because they don't limit achievements. Basically, I made my character immortal to be able to play to be able to 100% half the maps. I put in the time, but I'm well aware of this. Liberate the forks, but like, it's the difference between like hard but doable, or like physically impossible. And a lot of the time with games like Noida, I land on it's just not even possible. A lot of the time. Should have turned off bars and blocks as well. Oh well. Which is also part of the reason why I'm like such a annoying stickler about traditional roguelikes, because traditional roguelikes are a style of game that are very, very, very accessible to me. Whereas like a lot of the modern bullet hell run-based stuff is just prohibitively inaccessible. To a point where it's like painful to even think about for me sometimes, because like I want to play those games. Like it's not a matter of like, oh, I just don't want to play them. It's just not even possible. All right, do I have dwarves that are not? Oh, I do. Take a bedroom, you doof. Yes, silly dwarf. Exclamation point goal. Spectral. Any ergonomics tips? Make sure that your monitor is on eye level with your head. Don't ever have to raise your shoulders. I ran into some shoulder pain a couple months ago. Actually closer to a year ago now. I was getting some shoulder pain, and the way I fixed it was, I can't show you because the camera's cord isn't long enough, but this chair used to have arms. I literally unbolted them and removed them from the chair, and now it all went away. So sometimes, but I don't really have any ergonomics tips because it's mostly just to have decent posture, which is kind of just a cop-out response, but it's kind of the reality. It's just like have okay posture and you'll probably be fine. Okay, so let's just go back to F4. I'm going to check Lemonite stocks. Got 161, that's plenty. I'm just going to smelt Lemonite. I'll just smelt 80 of it, because that'll probably be plenty. Is there enough land to farm? 6x6 tiles can feed 100 dwarves. If you manage your numbers right. Speaking of managing my numbers right, I am not, because I apparently need more food storage items. Which I'm going to solve by doing this. I'm not going to answer that question because there's a trillion ways to find the answer to that question, and I think it's kind of silly that people still ask me that question. Among Us is still funny. I mean, it is. That's true. Your username's true. Just go to, I would honestly just say go to YouTube and type in like how to set up ergonomics, but yeah, I guess you could spend business money on consultants. But no, I mean, I've been doing this for a very long time, and I don't really get pain from sitting. I also am not sitting as often as people think I am. Most of my editing time, I'm standing. The problem is the cable that I have for this camera right now is too short, so I can't actually stand with the USB to USB-C cable plugged in, and I've been too lazy to buy a new one, but I don't generally stand while I'm streaming anyway, so. It felt like it instantly jumped to 25. If you want to slow down the increase of dwarves, like showing up, you kind of get used to the speed at which they show up after a while. Do remember that like a dormitory is often enough to satisfy most dwarves, but if you just go to the game options, you can just change your cap. So if you're at 20 dwarves and you're comfortable and you're like, all right, I'm ready for more, you can then bump this number up to 40, bump this number up to 60, bump this number up to 80 or whatever. I'm pretty used to how quickly they show up generally, so it doesn't bother me really, but like you can absolutely just be super picky about that number if you like. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you're learning the game, like, that's my advice. Also, the more, what's the word? You trade with your home faction, the more dwarves will show up as part of migrant waves. So if you want less migrant waves, like, sell less valuable items to the dwarves that you're trading with. Wait, hold up. I've got a dwarf that knows how to play a musical instrument. Well, that's kind of cool. This dwarf's playing an Erin. Erinin? Irnin. What song are you playing, actually? Now I'm curious. The Pregnant Blossom. Uh-huh. So that put an image in my head. I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers last week. By the way, Bob, thank you very much for the 25 bucks. I'm okay. I probably wouldn't stand up while streaming anyway. I used to, but thank you very much for the $25 regardless. You want the musical dwarf? Sure. But I saw Invasion of the Body Snatchers recently, which I'll hold up my hands and when they're down. Spoilers for Invasion of the Body Snatchers, a movie from 1978, is done when my hands go down. So if your ears are plugged now, you have 3, 2, 1. Okay. There's giant flesh flowers that give birth to people in that movie. So that's what that makes me think of. That's it for my spoilers. It's also a good movie. You should watch it. The Pregnant Blossom is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the alchemical books. The rules are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music. The composition is atrocious. That's funny. You stand by your request? Okay! Wait, hold on. Do you want, Oh, actually, no, I can't give you Uluk. Wait, hold up a second. Hold up a second. There's levels to this, chat. So it's Aliuk, the militia captain, and Zuglar, the recruit, playing music. And they're lovers. Also, look at this. Look at all these gremlins you're friends with. That's adorable. She lacks confidence in her abilities and is easily moved to mercy, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and tends to hold on to physical confrontations, a more Quest's natural tendency with her, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, even though she likes the way that they would break up the monotony on some level. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, even though she likes the way that they would break up the monotony on some level. I don't remember the last time I saw that. It's a duet, not a serenade. Is the gremlin participating? No, the gremlin's just hanging out. Anyway, she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, often feels envious of others and doesn't handle stress well. She has a tendency toward forming deep and emotional bonds with others and is grateful when others help her out. And she tries to return favors and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And she's often nervous. I'm going to pause the game for a second because I've just realized that we are in trading season and I should probably lock these. I actually don't know if we're going to get traders this year because I did kind of fuck up trading twice. She personally finds moderation and self-control very important, prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and values family. Sorry you got a phone call? You have a very weird trait where you tend to avoid any physical confrontations, but even though she likes the way that they would break up the monotony on some level, which is bizarre, she mostly finds moderation and self-control to be very important, prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and finds that those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and values family. Likes rose gold and sardonyx, as well as elk antler and naff fabric, as well as bolts and cats for their aloofness. In the words of the strategic meditations, of impossible prefers to consume frill shark and carambola wine. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for the $25 super chat in the uptubs? Appreciate ya. Thanks a lot, mate. Yeah, look, she's still playing it. That's kind of cool. Maybe I should set this dwarf as a performer. My friend Galleries in the Brass Spice, and I enjoyed that. I'm still a little bit disturbed about the fact that the gremlins are just sitting on no job all the time. I need to go back and look at my old gremlins and see if they always did that. Because kicking the pod caused a birth defect. Sexamon. In YouTube chat. I really liked that. I really enjoyed that movie. I don't know. I thought it was a lot of fun. How's your dwarf doing? Not dead. I will look in a sec. You're still Sacred Skull? You're digging? Digging, digging, digging. Finished up some work and very satisfied. As of late. Because I don't want them walking halfway across the friggin' world to do this. And then the other thing I would like to do, let's go to where most of this digging is happening, and just make a stockpile for gems. Just like those to get placed there. Right now this is just storage. I'll make it look nicer later. And the amount of drink we have is going up now that I have a lot of pots. Let's also get this squad training. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that they all have shields. Let's just make iron shields and iron helms right now. We can worry about steel later. I feel like that dwarf is just flexing, carrying that boulder to training. The pens look funny on the minimap. What, these? Or these? I mean, they kind of look like a weird hourglass to me. And there we go. Got iron sword and iron shield, or, well, not iron sword, but we got iron stuff coming in, and I'm also going to remove some of my miners. Because frankly, at this point, I think we have trained up enough, and I think it's time to get more into industry versus just mining. Dominoc, it's good to see you. How you been, man? I feel like it's been a little while. Hope things have been all right. Out of curiosity, chat, how many of you guys saw that Moist Critical video? Aside from just the jokes about how he broke YouTube. The one where he showed his income. Genetics. $44 million, actually. Gloves. He's Moist Critical on Twitch and Penguin Zero on YouTube. He's got 17 million subscribers on YouTube. And like on Twitch during his peak, he was pulling like 30,000 concurrent viewers, but that number is quite a bit lower now when he streams. It's like in the high thousands now on Twitch. I think it's kind of fascinating because like there's this culture amongst, how do I put this? A couple of years ago, and by a couple of years ago, I mean like 2014. If you had a donation button on YouTube, you basically got like bullied into oblivion for like asking for money. Like I remember like channels practically dying because they started a Patreon back in the day. And now, like, it's kind of commonly accepted that in order to more or less survive in this industry, you kind of need to have some sort of fan funding. But on the flip side, and anybody who's in this industry knows this, if you are at the high end of the industry, you are absolutely fine. Like, if somebody on Twitch or on YouTube is pulling more than... I'm gonna throw out a number that doesn't matter here. 2,000 concurrents, you're probably doing fine. If you have over 1 million subscribers and you get a couple 100,000 views per video, you're probably doing fine. And it's just really neat to actually see somebody post that, because to me that's like, I'm not comparing him to Jeff Bezos, but it's kind of like what would happen if Jeff Bezos released his tax filings. What's up, Jumbo Taters? There's many taters who watch the stream. And Wretched Television, hello. Who you just got here? Oh, Penguin Zero or Moist Critical. He made a video called I'm Not Turning It Back On, because he basically what he did was he turned off all of his memberships on YouTube, deleted all of his tip buttons, and made it almost impossible to donate bits, I guess, on Twitch, unless you're willing to give $1,000 at a time, because that's like the maximum you can increase the minimum to, which is a weird sentence to say, maximum minimum. And is disincentivizing people from subscribing. I mean, he straight up showed his income. Gloves? In the video. He shows his income. It's also really funny because he uploaded that video called I'm Not Turning It Back On, literally right as YouTube went offline the other day. So it's like, I'm not turning it back on, and then YouTube just disappeared for like a few hours. It's like, so he broke YouTube. So that's kind of a joke in and of itself, but like, it's just kind of, wild to see somebody actually do it. And I knowing what I know about this industry, because he just shows his like ad revenue and membership revenue and his Twitch revenue in that video. Knowing what I know, he's making more than triple that, most likely. That's a guess, but if he streams and does any kind of sponsored content, you're making triple that. It's fascinating to me to see somebody actually show their income, because like there are a lot of people, like I think an example here is like, you know, shady creators who, you know, create shit coins or something and then rug pull their audience, that kind of thing. Or people who do a lot of sponsored gambling streams at the high end, or people who do super like ASCII, I guess. That's not a bad word. That's a bad term to use. Like people who are at like in the top 0.001% of content creators who make it seem like they're upper middle class, when in reality it's like, oh no, you're just straight up a multimillionaire. Like multi-millionaire. Sometimes higher. It's just really interesting to see somebody at that level actually show the numbers, because seeing like my YouTube backend, I can tell you for fact that he makes more in like a day than I have in my YouTube channel's career. It's wild to see, I guess. And also that's, I think, our second mood of this fort. And it's also a metal crafter. Which means we're going to get a legendary metalsmith. So yeah, I don't know. I watched that video last night after knowing it existed for a day. And it's just kind of fascinating to see. You wish more people were transparent about money? I understand why people aren't. Like, I'll put it this way. The difference between somebody with, like, my size of audience and the difference between me and somebody with millions of subscribers, just to give you some context here. In that video, Charlie shows his Twitch income, right? And first he shows his early years, where he was, quote unquote, not streaming full time and just doing YouTube stuff primarily, where he was making like $50,000, $55,000 a year, I think is what he showed. US dollars. I don't make that much per year. I make, I'm gonna throw out a number here, because I'm guessing I haven't actually looked at my year's revenue for this year, but it's closer to like the high 40s through Twitch. And it's like, that, yes, that's considered comfortable, but you also have to remember that I'm a private business, so I have to pay 24% in taxes. Gloves. So like, that's gross income, that's not personal income. I mean, Asmongold is kind of a crazy person, but even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Or members, like, I don't like 99% of what Asmongold says. He's kind of a problem in a lot of ways, but every now and again, he just talks and is not wrong. I don't watch Asmongold, though, so I don't know what he said about it. But dude's got hundreds of millions of dollars, I would guess. Kivish has claimed the metalsmith's shop, grabs yellow gems, what iron bars? Yeah, iron bars looks like. Oh, he's not probably, he is. Like, he's not probably, he is a multimillionaire. Like, to give you an idea, one of his, if a 7-minute video gets 1 million views just based on my ad revenue on YouTube, that's thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. And he gets multiples of those a week. And that's not even including, like, passive from previous uploads. Like, most of my YouTube revenue comes from videos I uploaded a year ago. I don't really need to, because I don't really want to be that famous, to be honest with you, Gloves. That's not really something I aspire to. I've kind of got everything I've aspired to acquire, to be honest. I mean, I would like to be about 15% bigger, because then I wouldn't have, like, the few money stresses I have at the moment, but the few money stresses I have at the moment are because I spent all of my savings to get a mortgage, so it's going to take me, like, I don't know, maybe 2 years to catch back up. Letibe, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, by the way, and DS, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is I just think it's fascinating, because, like, the difference in income between the top 50 streamers on Twitch and, like, the top 5,000 is, like, the difference between, like, your average blue-collar worker and, like, A-list celebrity.
Hello, fair folk. Crypt Wave, y'all are awesome.
Paxmac, thank you very much for the 33rd month. Appreciate you, man. Also, that's 56 seconds away from my hype train. We're doing YouTube for non-profit uploads, but I deleted everything since they put ads on. Wait, what? Man, who cares? The people who don't like it can just ad block it. Also, if you want to, like, upload stuff to a platform and not have ads on it, you either have to pay for the platform or put it on a really sketchy platform. Like, storage costs money, man.
_TJ cheered.
Like, I'm not...
Hype train?
That or just take all the money and donate it to charity. Like, there's lots of things you could do. Apparently. Orange. What people do with that much money? You start businesses. You buy businesses. I mean, I could tell you right now what I would do if I had that much money, Christopher. I'd make sure my parents were set. I'd buy my older sister a house. I'd then probably buy local businesses or invest in local businesses so that they could do more. Like, you hire people. You give people salaries. That's what you do with that much money. Like, I would hire an editor, for example. I don't want a scotch. No, thank you. I'm not that self-important. I don't have that. I'm not that, what's the word? I don't have that many delusions of grandeur. People don't need my fucking name on a scotch. Fuck that. But, like, no, if you have that much money, that's what you do. Or you become a chronic gambling addict and, like, die of depression or get killed by a cartel. Or something. But I would probably buy more bottles of Hibiki Harmony, though. Instead of, like, one every other year. I would probably buy more bottles of that. Because I really like that stuff, and that stuff's $200 a bottle. It's too much to spend on a bottle frequently. Currently brewing potatoes. Are there potato skins left? I don't... Wait, there are potato skins left? What can you use them for? Probably dye? Probably dye, if I were to guess. There's probably a potato brown or something. If you make a dyer shop, you might be able to do something with it. There's a hype train running right now, chat. Needs 5 subscriptions or $22 in bits to level up. Unlike Moist Critical, I make about $8 to $12 in ad revenue on Twitch per day and like $8 on YouTube per day. So I exist here because, in ad revenue for streams. I exist here as a streamer because people throw bits and subscribe. So I just want to say thank you. Gloves, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you, man. It's probably because the patch that added all that stuff was like less than 3 months ago, is why you couldn't find any information on it on Google. But I would check the dyer shop because there's a lot of new interactions with plants that even I don't really know about. The metal crafter has created Gub Logotom, an iron scepter. I was hoping I'd get a piece of furniture and claims it as a family heirloom. Well, I'll throw it into this little spot. Actually, how do you know when to start digging deeper? Dwarf Fortress is just kind of like a vibes game in that way. It's when you feel like digging deeper, when you feel like you're ready. For me, I kind of do it right away. Most of the time. I did get the book, yeah. It's actually a scroll, but I did get it. Can gremlins read? Yes. Am I going to try and make necromancer gremlins? Yes. But thank you very much for the hype train chat. We actually didn't get one yesterday. Needs 2 more subscriptions or $9 in bits to level up. Resubs or prime subs also work. And thanks, Chad. And as always, if you can't afford to do it, just please don't do anything. But I do appreciate those who help keep the channel funded. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. It's just too many jobs right now that need doing. Let's deconstruct some of these because I don't need all of them running anymore. We've caught up with what we needed for rock pots. So I just need a fraction of them now. That's now a level 7 hype train, which needs 2 more to level up or $6 in bits. What about a necromancer vampire living undead gremlins? You can't make something that's living and undead. That is an oxymoron. They cancel each other out. What about stringing a whole bunch of words together?
Thanks for all the DF content over the years.
Hey, thanks for still watching, Dominok. That makes you one of the rare ones. It's because it has to cycle through all 10 of them. So I don't think it's stuck. I think it's just slowly cycling through them. I don't see it looping. Although maybe I'm crazy. Unless, like, Twitch turned their own alerts on and that's breaking something somewhere. But Synth, thanks for the 33rd month as well.
Still watching. Thanks, Blind.
I mean, I only know if you're still watching if you say hi. So it's good to see you, mate. Do you mean intelligent undead? So in order to be a necromancer and a vampire, they have to become a vampire first. So maybe? I don't know. But none of these gremlins are vampires, and I haven't had a vampire in this fortress. If we get a vampire in this fortress, I could do some dumb shenanigans, but we're still a wee bit of a ways off of that. Potato peel makes a great country wine. I wonder what that would even taste like. It's currently what you're making as an adventurer. Luckily, you did it in the right order. I mean, hell yeah. How are you going to make that adventurer undead? Are you going to make a party and then kill it with your party member and then resurrect them? You haven't gotten to that yet? Ah. Vampires are not undead. They're just immortal. It's like goblins aren't undead. They're just immortal. Actually, let's just cut one specific type of gem. Holy shit, that's a lot of pineapple opals. Let's cut those. You want to find a necromancer that gives him a cool power? Most of the undead powers can be acquired from the magical items that you can get. So I would try and seek those out, but sure. I actually don't have as much nostalgia as a lot of people seem to, because I found it a little bit dissonant and annoying to listen to on loop and turned it off and just listened to FTL music. Was actually a lot of my history of playing Dwarf, so I maybe didn't spend enough time listening to it to quite have the same nostalgia for it, I guess. It is good music. Purple star. Iron corkscrew. Iron pipe section. Let's queue up 80. Yeah, let's just do 100 because that's what I'm gonna need eventually. Let's just say bars. That's 77. We're getting there. I've played CDDA. It's too much of a survival crafting game for me. Big Moth, hello. I mean, for ambushes, that could be interesting, Archimony, but I'm sure there will be notifications. I don't know if it'll be that exact wording. I wouldn't leave suggestions for the Siege update under my video, though. I would leave them in the KitFox Discord where people could actually see them. So I would kind of argue that that's maybe not the best place to post it. The Hype Train has 27 seconds left. It needs 11 subscriptions or $55 in bits to level up. Regardless, chat, thank you very much. That's probably more revenue than I got yesterday, so thank you. I think yesterday I got like $2 in bits and like 15 subscriptions, I think. It was either 15 or 14. But only in Fortress mode? Go to a mysterious dungeon or a mysterious palace and you'll find them. But you have to kill the guy that has it. And they're definitely not easy to kill usually if you're weak. Thanks for the 39 subscriptions and $1.75 in pennies. And Laya, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. I'm actually curious. That may have just cleared my daily minimum, which is hitting minimum wage for here for 8-hour streams. Maybe. Hasn't all queued up yet, but definitely more than yesterday, so thank you. Moonstone items? Yep. You never got magic? Did you check your abilities? Wretched Television? It's the little star symbol. You click that. Okay, what was it? Was it a sword? Was it an amulet? What was the item exactly? Like, what items did you have specifically? I'm trying to figure out what the disconnect here is. Genetics! I just figured out how to say your name. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you, man. I mean, that's strange. Because, like, I was thinking maybe you just had the, like, the weird orb things that are just, like, faction rep tokens. I don't know. I mean, every time I've found them and equipped them, they've given me an ability. Although, it's possible. Like, what abilities did your necromancer have? Is it plausible or possible that perhaps you did have magical abilities, but you didn't necessarily interpret them as anything other than necromancer powers? Like, what could your necromancer do?
Let's go.
Sorry, I'm like, this is one of those, like, I have to work backwards things. And Dadrick, thank you for the 8th month. Welcome back, mate. The orbs do literally nothing. They're just like faction rep tokens, basically. He had summon Fell Hunter, summon Undead, summon Night Creature, and even equipping 3 of those items. I wonder if maybe Necromancers just can't have those powers. Or can't have those additional powers, because I haven't done a Necromancer adventure in a very long time. But they absolutely work. I mean, the last adventure I had like 5 force pushes. Like, if you right-click those items, or not right-click, if you examine those items and you look at their description, it'll kind of give you basically an idea of what they can do. Usually it's like, it's hard to look at, which will give you blinding, or you can feel a slight breeze, which will give you like force push, usually. Stuff like that. I don't know. That's odd. That's weird to me. It is possible that necromancers just don't get those abilities, but that would also be a little odd for different reasons. They didn't have those things? No arrow swirls around this item? Maybe your world's just fucked? In that case? That's I don't know. I'm guessing here at this point. But yeah, every time I've found them, they've worked as intended, presumably, and given my adventurer powers, so I DK. That's weird. Unless you've got some mod that interacts with it in some weird way, but it doesn't seem like it, so I don't know. I mean, I believe you. What I would do is I would generate a pocket world, a test world, and then just go grab one and see if it works in a different world. Without or alternatively, retire that adventurer. You could do a hard save if you want, and then take that, and then start as a new adventure, and then make your old adventurer part of the party, because you can do that. You can start with multiple adventurers and start with a specific person, and try equipping those as a novice new adventurer. I would try that. DF hack wouldn't do anything to that. My theory is it's probably just the world. That's bizarre, though. If one miasma cloud is keeling over your fort, Potato, you have bigger problems than the size of the map. The number, like, I've had dozens of miasma clouds in this fort already, and we're fine. Are those helmet snakes? No, these are king cobras. You can tell by their beautiful hoods. Also, apparently, do I not have any male king cobras in this? I do. Maybe I need, like, let's just put Snuggle Noodle in here, or maybe Toothless as well. The ones that have names. Okay, ads should be done. You like the pink tongues? Yeah, they're kind of funny. I never realized they had such bright tongues, but they do. Did Dadrick, if you read the post they posted yesterday, here, I'll show you. Most of your questions that I can answer are almost always answered in the posts because I just read the posts and then regurgitate what they say. This is what's coming. What's next? After the Siege update is out, of course, there will inevitably be important bugs to fix, and then after that, Tarn hopes to start working into more magical content and features, such as warlords and the demon-trained sorcerers that could make sieges on your fort even more dangerous and varied. But as you probably have heard us say before, the fundamentals of magic self are a fairly large and complicated segment of the world generation to contend with. So we're glad that Tarn is finally able to make sieges more fun and fully functional in the meantime. That's what it says. So that's always my advice, is like, if you're curious, I'm just going to be repeating what is written there anyway. But yeah, no, it's that all that's coming is that we know of. Tarn always sneaks in things that he doesn't tell us about, though. All that we know that's coming is goblin sieges are becoming a bigger threat. Siege weapons are getting a rework. There is a new siege weapon, which is the bolt thrower, as in the metal band. Presumably, that also appears to be changing like how dwarves interact with them slightly, so that they don't run away in fear when trying to use them. Because there's lots of scenes in that footage of dwarves walking in areas that would normally make them run away screaming to use the siege weapons, and that seems to be what is in the update. Oh, also, demons will be able to join goblin sieges. Basically, goblin sieges are now going to be terrifying. Which is going to be weird, because like dwarven sieges aren't getting any changes, which means I presume that dwarves won't be able to dig when they siege you. So if you get attacked by a dwarven civ, they'll just attack you as normal, which is odd, but... What those demon sprites were through the video, it says in the in that post as well that, here, I'll just quote it exactly instead of misquoting it. Enemy behavior is now classified into different roles: charge, hang back, and ambush, and these can path around dangerous areas. Engineers can build floors, enemies can break through fortifications and raise bridges. They can also dig underground through natural tunnels, and goblins can bring more kinds of mounts and their demonic leader. So factions are led by demons. Well, goblin factions are led by demons. Although there's only one per faction, and when they die... No, it's all good. Midwinter. When they die, they get replaced by a goblin. So I presume that's what the demon-trained sorcerers are that Tarn talks about, is that, like, once their leader dies, or maybe their leader would just train a bunch of sorcerers, sort of like how necromancers right now have lieutenants. So if they train a bunch of sorcerers, when they die, I would presume that a sorcerer would take their place, but that's just a guess. What I want to see is I want to see a demon overlord arrive that has deadly dust on a map that is Untamed Wilds, because I really, really want to see like an Angry Crow or Raven or like Kia or something dive bomb the enemy army, and then the demon just expel deadly dust everywhere and just nuke his entire army. I desperately want to see that. Desperately! They don't go straight to the circus. They go most of the way into the circus. They don't actually, like, populate the goblin factions with demons, but if you read Legends, like, that's where the overlords come from. I retired that fort, SP Gremlin, in YouTube chat and started over because I wasn't happy with the start of it. I wasn't happy with the quality of that stream. I was just in a really weird mood that day. So this is a different fort from that. And we started with cobras and giant crabs and gremlins with a different adventurer. This is going to be my library. Or the demon lord is made out of snow or something flimsy. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because they're basically just like a forgotten beast, right? Although usually tougher than forgotten beasts, but you can find out a lot of that lore by reading the beginning of any goblin faction in Legends. So if you go to Legends and you go to a goblin faction and just scroll the timeline back to the beginning, you'll find all that stuff. It's pretty neat, actually. Like the founding of the different factions. So you can see through the floors. I kind of wish you didn't see the numbers through the floors if you have the numbers enabled, but yeah, those do look cool. Got time on Twitch. Is your username a self-reminder? Trying to figure that out. No? Okay. Let's go up here, do that. What's up, Dobster, as well? What's the trap room going to be used for? I'm trying to see if I can catch nightmares. I love that that's a sentence I can say out loud unironically. But it's going to be to spook necromancers and try and catch nightmares. You need a dream catcher for that? Well, that's what this is. Forget everything that you've learned about dream catchers historically. That's what this is. Oh, shit. Need to go to this level. Just don't put corkscrews or pipes up here. Do not want. Alright. That's my artifact sword that I stole. What about this? I have an artifact steel spear that I stole. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave swallow bone and encircled with bands of jabber bone. On the item is an image of Cadol, the dwarf, and dwarves, and giant rat bone. Cadol is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Cadol to the position of militia commander of the stable town in the year 20. The dwarves are traveling. That relates to the foundation of Keyburned. I'm gonna pop up to here real quick and place a bunch of these. And just get some weapons put into these. Sure. Can you catch them? I mean, I know they're trap avoid. But I'm curious, did you try using like cobwebs or cave-ins? They have no stun, certainly, but did you use webs or cave-ins? Okay, sure, but did you try that? There's goblins, gremlins. You forgot about webs that works? Okay, so the thing about cave-ins is they should make things lie down, which should be enough to get them into a cage trap. Should be. But we'll find out. I'm gonna test it regardless. Because it will still, what's the word? Lock the necromancer into the cage trap, the way I'm doing it. Which is all I really need. Except for creatures who create webs, this is true. What was I doing right? Weapons. I'm gonna test it regardless. I want to do the science. The main concern, though, is to defend the... what's the word here? The main concern here is to defend the actual necromancer, not catch the nightmare. So if I can't catch the nightmare, that's fine. That sucks, but that's fine. I'll say this, it won't be unexpected. Or whatever that's worth. How did I get gremlins? You either find them and then cage trap them, but they're they're trap avoid, so good luck. Catch avoid? What? They're trap avoid, so good luck. Otherwise, you have to do some adventure mode shenanigans, which is what I did. I don't have anything that makes webs right now, so if I acquire webs, tapioca, then webs could become an option. Also, it's weird to see you on the YouTube side of things. Hi, man. But if you go back to the beginning of the first VOD of this stream, of this fortress, you'll see. They're only on Twitch at the moment, but they'll make their way over to YouTube over the weekend, most likely. Or at least that part 1 will. It's interesting that, like... I somehow have no skills that would work for, or that are spotted out by the game as good for a sheriff. I mean, that's pretty similar to what I did with my last fort. Retro television. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of this. In regards to certain poisons do work on unstunnable creatures. I've had forgotten beasts, like, and demons and things fall asleep due to their own dust and other people's dust and poisons before. It's really funny when that happens. Like when 2 forgotten beasts fight and then one of them just like falls asleep. It's like, aw, you're not supposed to be able to sleep. And just sleeps for like months, years even. It's always entertaining. I don't have any meals yet, but I will set this up. You will take items from here. All the musical instruments you can find. Oh, yeah. They fall asleep until they... What's the word? Until somebody wakes them up. So, yeah, they can sometimes literally be Sleeping Beauty. Probably not likely Wretched Television, because I actually started that fortress about a month and a half earlier, but then I had to stop it, and then I went and did the redo of the Cursed Fortress, because the Cursed Fortress was... what's the word? That particular fortress, not the Cursed Fortress. That particular fortress I wasn't going to be able to complete my goal because of a issue with Forgotten Beasts not working properly at the time. So I took a bit of a break from it, but I did go back to it. Man, they all seem to know how to play this instrument. That is cool. I don't see that very often. Not that it matters, though, really. But this fort actually had it, too. I think it's just region-based. Genetics. I'm pretty sure it's just region-based, that if you settle in the same region as a previous fort, then you just get moss right away. You tried the same recently. Your issue with the thing was that Necro would only summon the nightmare next to himself and get killed by its own creation? Well, we'll see. If I kill a necromancer by mistake, then I kill a necromancer by mistake, and then we just romance the necromancer. I mean, remancer. Yeah, that. Oh, I need to make some of these. Necromancing. There we go. It's basically like a little accordion thing in regards to the instrument, but like I'll go take a look once the game's done saving. Necromancer, but like with NEC space RE hyphen remancer. You know? Why would the book be stolen? I don't allow visitors. That would actually be really hard to complete. Like a bird would need to get into the fort. You want to know what kind of musical instrument it is? Oh no, I'm wrong. It's a handheld musical instrument with that uses a metal keyboard to select which of the bells are struck. The instrument has a 6-octave range and is going from a low to extremely high pitch, so it's a keyboard bell bopper. Keyboard bell bopper. Now that's just something you go to jail for. I'll make a loaf. No, those are vampires, YouTube chat, not necromancers. Did I not make... Oh. I deconstructed all of my masonry shops and didn't rebuild them. It's a very ugly floor right now, but we'll work on it in the future. Oh, I thought you were going to talk about vampires suck. Zortos. That's per usual. You got to get back to work. Well, you have a good day at work. Don't work too hard, hey? Speaking of getting back to work, I may have to get up in a minute and change my lighting. But yeah, I want to do the science for myself when it comes to trying to knock things into cages. Because I need to know. And unless I see it, I don't really know. Because I haven't done much with necromancers since the update came out where they can create experiments, or not experiments, but summon nightmares. Functionally, I guess. They used to be able to do it, but they've never been able to do it in fort mode to my knowledge. I owe you a dwarf? What? don't see it? Oh. Apparently my notification thingy wasn't updating. But refreshing it updated it. Beardless Dwarf. Okay, can do. Do you know what job you want, or is it just like Happy Dwarf? This seems too French for me. I don't think Laia cares. Dominoc. Sorry, I'm just being crypt old over here. Any beardless will do. Alright, happiest beardless is... Hey, you look, you're the manager. You get to be yelled at by all the Karens. Often feels filled with joy, and it has the username that one person on YouTube gets really annoyed when I say out loud because I can't pronounce it properly, and I'm sorry, I'm not Polish. Anyway, never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and can be very single-minded and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, and is always tense and jittery. Lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Does not go out of her way to help others and is quick to form negative views about things. She is stubborn and is trusting and doesn't focus on material goods. Scratches her head when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, believes that peace is preferable to war, truly values merrymaking and parties, and does not respect the law, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Likes chromite brass and levin opal, as well as giant deer leather and giant warthog hoof, sea monster bone, and the color deep sea blue. Bucklers and dogs for their loyalty, and deer monsters for their bloated appearance. The words of the auburn boulders and the sound of the venerable lute, and when possible prefers to consume giant kestrel and rainbow trout, and beetroot wine and peas and limes, and absolutely hates hamsters. And you're in love with Ice Blue. Yes, you are dead, and you're also in love with Laia Gushka. You're not dead, but you are in love with Laia. So, you're welcome. And you're friends with most of the gremlins, which is kind of funny. You must also be a Sith, then, because only Siths speak in absolutes. All right, who's ready for very repetitive clicking, chat? Magma pump, that's the plan. Actually, I'm thinking 2 magma pumps, but... Oopsies. Correct, Bob. Only Siths do speak in absolutes. Non-Siths do not speak in absolutes. That just means you get a cool red lightsaber and lightning powers, so it's really not that bad. Although your face might turn into wrinkles. And by the time you get thrown into an endless pit, you will kind of look like a playable character in Fable who took all the evil choices. But, I don't know, there's worse curses. You could look like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and have no happiness in life and more wealth and fame than you could ever know what to do with, which makes your brain rot, like this fortress. so you can watch here instead of your phone. Welcome to the phoneless life, or dephoned life. Welcome to a life which is no longer literally phoned in. I'm running out of phone jokes. Do you guys not have phones? Anyways, that's many Z levels. It's like 100, I think. That's why I asked if you guys are ready for some long-term repetitive clicking motions. I really phoned this whole stream in, didn't I? Dialed it up. Or dialed it in. No. I gotta get these jokes dialed in, that's for sure. So you guys think I can think I'm funny, you know? I would keep telling jokes, but honestly, my brain's just becoming a dial tone, so I think I'm gonna move on with this one. No, you'll have to text me. I don't generally answer my phone Tuesday. I'm curious about it for sure, lazy man. I should avoid a career as a comedian? I think I would be more the, like, they're laughing at me, not with me kind of comedian. Yeah, I have no interest in doing comedy. You get suspicious when someone does. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Remember when, like, it was cool to get a phone call? Or, like, exciting? I don't. Speaking of I don't, chat, I do need to use the washroom. So, there's an ad break running right now. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins,
Cheese!
the nutrients.
For everyone!
Jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? Bring out your dead!
No, 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 no! No! No!
You fucking donkey!
Woo! Oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Sandwich!
All right. Hell yeah, sandwich stab. I too like to hell yeah, sandwich stab. Okay, let's go here. Throw this in, that in. Go to here. Oh, no bookcase yet. What did I... Oh, I queued up specifically Claystone. Let's just say bookcase. I don't need to be specific. Just need bookcases. And also, I do, however, need a bridge at the front door. That's rose gold bars. Do not want that. I do appreciate the attempt. What's up, Kayla Clone? We're experiencing a higher to normal pun to joke pun volume ratio right now. Your joke is important to us. Please stay on the line. Hardy. I have to say that I think the reason for the uncontrollable bad puns is it's Friday. This is my 4th stream this week, and I had a extremely bad headache yesterday, so I'm like in the middle of recovery mode, but also looking forward to my weekend, I guess. What's up, Deza? How's things? What, no bling on my bridge? What's not blingy about Dolomite? Also, I kind of screwed this up. Now that I think about it for more than a second. How about I do this? And this. And I'm trying to see how I could do this safely. I guess I could do this. I also kind of don't want to drain this. So instead, I think I will go to here. And then go to here. Oh, I see, yeah. I guess I did. Sure. I did, in fact, refuse the rose gold. Although I didn't really refuse it, per se. I just didn't want to use it for that particular purpose. I guess that's refusing it, but... That old bridge trick that always seemed a bit dumb to you? What, using a drawbridge as part of your front door? Not to be dumb, but what is a drawbridge? Besides, we should enjoy the drawbridges while we still have them. They're going to become not useless soon, but significantly less effective soon. Oh my god, for once I can actually just use the closest material. without forbidding half of my fortress. It's crazy. Breaching the magma tube safely from below while protected with a bridge above you. I have no idea what that even means. I guess I'm not familiar with this trick, then. I mean, maybe I do. But I always just use doors for airlocks if I need to go directly into a wall or something. When you dig a Z level above a bridge from a ramp? Oh no, I know that. But like, you still have to get lava on top of the drawbridge. I don't know, I guess I don't really consider that to be that cheesy of a thing. You still have to put lava on top of the drawbridge though. For sieges to go after? I mean, that's going to be a curious... The thing that I want to know is, like, are they just going to go for whatever the nearest fortification is, or are they going to, like, go towards value? Because I still want to see if I can just, like, put one fortification in the middle of a field with a giant floor constructed on top of it and just be like, topple that, morons! That's what I want to see. That's the question I have. And then the goblins will be like, topple the nuts! And then, like, topple it, and it'll just go splat. Although, there was a point that was made on my YouTube channel in the comments section that I think is really interesting, which is, oh my gosh, suddenly me, not me specifically, but this person in the comments section, suddenly me taking a whole bunch of time to master heavy aquifers has a reason to exist. Which I think is actually kind of true. It's like suddenly now heavy aquifers, like mastering heavy aquifers is like a good thing to do. Because if you're below a heavy aquifer and they dig into the heavy aquifer, the fuck they gonna do? I don't think the goblins are bringing heavy aquifer breaking tech. You know? I mean, that would be wild if they did. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I have a 100% safe method for breaking through volcano sides without hurting dwarves, but it's an extremely low mortality rate. YouTube chat says that they have a 100% zero mortality rate strat for volcanoes breaching. I wouldn't say I have 100% zero, but it's pretty low. Oh yeah, no, totally, right? Like, that's also the other side thing is, like, I wonder how many fortresses are going to die due to flooding because of not goblins being dumb, but intentional goblin sabotage. Sabotage is actually going to be, like, a legitimate way to lose your fort soon. Like, the dwarves are just like, lar dar fiddly dee, living safe underneath our aquifers, and then the goblins are gonna be like, listen all y'all, it's a sabotage! That's my mental image, I don't know about you. Casting your fort in metal. I mean, that's gonna be the way, right? It's gonna be like building metal structures underground, or like having like a 3 or 4 Z level drop at the top of your fort, and then a floor, and then your fortress, so that when they dig through the stone, instead of like digging through your ceiling, they fall. Stuff like that, you know? Like, I want to see a goblin go, wee, splat on my roof. And the dwarves are like, is it raining underground? The fuck? Yeah, like Zion, exactly. Although, not more of like a dome underneath it, you know? What, like, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Rins, Gravity, and YouTube chat. The Beastie Boys have been stuck in my head because I say the Beastie Boys are going to be stuck in my head for all day now. Thanks, and it's been stuck in my head ever since I played Trackmania. Intergalactic was just like on all the time in that game. Ratus. No rat, so happy dwarf. Okay. No preference of beard, because Meng the doc is the happiest unnamed dwarf. Although, actually, the dwarves in this fort are actually pretty happy. There's only one dwarf at the grump stage. Meng is you. Meng is you! Although, before I read your description, I'm just going to go adjust my lighting because it's getting kind of bright in here. There we go. That's better. I specifically moved to an apartment with lots of natural light. Problem with living in this apartment. It has lots of natural light. Natural light is bad for Strem. Can easily become absorbed in art and the beauty of the natural world. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He never deliberates before acting to the point of being considered thoughtless. And he often feels filled with joy. He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and tends to be passive in discussions. He tries to do things correctly each time and is often nervous. He doesn't often feel envious of others and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and he is quick to form negative views about things. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He isn't particularly curious about the world and has a greedy streak. When he talks very quietly when he's angry, and when he's nervous, he sometimes cracks his knuckles. I didn't have any knuckles to crack, apparently. Not today. And he skips around when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill. It's so nice, though, your apartment, newish, that you're renting has a balcony, and it's so nice to watch the sunrise. Yeah, I don't get to see the sunrise. I do get to see it set, though. My old apartment had a sliding glass door and a window that was about that wide and about that tall, and neither of them got sunlight ever, and my patio in that unit got about 25 minutes of natural light a day. So it was very dark living space. He likes pitch blend and copper and tiger eye, as well as the color auburn, crowns and ballista parts, and moose men for their large size. And the words of... This dwarf probably watches Blacked. Anyway, and the words of the strategic meditation and when possible prefers to consume sailfin molly and river spirits and quinoa flour, as well as hemp seeds, and absolutely hates flies. And he's heliotrope eyes. And worships the god Steted Dorend and is a member of the Brown sect. Uh-huh. I also hate flies. I currently have a bit of a fungus gnat situation going on in my apartment that I'm treating due to having houseplants everywhere. I know it's invisible, but believe me, this is a lily. You're just gonna have to believe me on that one. And also doing that disturbed a fungus gnat, and it is now buzzing around my face. I got it. Haha. It's like the 15th I've killed today. It has stream camouflage? Yes. Active camo. Plants come with active camo when you have a green screen. I should get a pink screen, so I don't need to worry about that. Boy. I mean, here. Oopsies, wrong button. That. See, it's a lily. Actually, I have 2. I also have this one. This one's a little sad because I rescued it, and it was very leggy when I got it, and it's getting less leggy. Its new growth is nicer, but I bought that plant for 99 cents at Save On Foods. I was like, you look sad, so I bought it. Oopsies, wrong button. I mean, I also have a pothos in the corner of this room. I have 2 anthuriums, 4 alocasias, 3 philodendrons. I had 1 dracaena, now I have 2. I have a snake plant. There's a Meyer lemon in my living room. And I don't think am I forgetting anything? Oh, I got a very cheap on sale $4 Birds of Paradise, which is this big. Which hopefully will take over like the size of my sofa. The easiest way I find to get rid of fruit flies is simply like let your like living space go below 5 degrees Celsius, but when the plant came on screen, a baby? That's, I don't know. I've had it for a couple months. I'm currently working on the anthuriums becoming enormous first. But the birds of paradise for $4, hopefully will get enormous too. Okay, so these are all still getting worked on. So place your bets, chat. What level do you think it is in? The Forgotten Beast, Nolthag, has come. A huge feathered petrosaur. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and its crimson fidgets. Its eyes glow lime. Its golden yellow feathers are long and sparse. Beware its deadly dust. No, but what cavern layer do you think it's on? Not the level. I mean, it's definitely level 99 in at least 2 skills. RuneScape logic. And, of course, it's on this level. Well, that's mildly annoying. The nice thing about really small map is I can just be like, you have no real reason to no kills. I have 2 crossbows in the map right now. I'm gonna hope it's not a building destroyer, and we'll see what we can do. I could channel along here and put fortifications there. Well, I can fly. Obviously, it is a petrosaur. You know, it's a petrosaur right now, right? However, soon, when it dies, and then rocks fall on it, and it decomposes completely, and then slowly gets crushed by the core and the weight of the boulders over the next 10,000 years, it'll eventually become a petrosaur. That's probably the best I got for the day, chat. Sorry to disappoint. I'm gonna see if I can... I like how you saw it coming too. You're like, damn it, stop it! No! Bad! Let's see what we can do. It doesn't seem to be a building toppler, or it would have broken those down already. Actually, let's just make iron crossbows. YouTube is informing me that the P is silent, and I'll have you know that the P makes a lot of noise. In fact. You're probably correct, but you know. I'm not gonna be much of a dinosaur loser about it. I mean, they're kind of like pterodactyls, right? I need to make some iron bolts too. Means wing in ancient Greek? I feel like I've learned this before, probably in something that they call or refer to as schooling. But I feel like I know this. Oh, wow. Chris in YouTube chat just called me a dinosaur loser. And you know what? I'll have you know, I feel hurt. I've been bested at my own game. How dare I? Regardless, though, well played, though. Well played, well played. Okay, let's see what most of the dwarves are up to at the moment. Seems like there's some farming tasks going on, a few jeweling tasks going on, making a crossbow. I'm also going to go up to here. Just do one of these right quick. So is that what we're calling washed up streamers now, is like fossil records? Or is that just a washed up speedrunner? Just waiting for this dwarf to go get some bolts. And also going to send our good dwarf over here right now to see if we can hit this pterosaur. Oh. No, because Oliok is going to go sleep first. Oh. No. No. Don't do that. Go update your equipment first, please. Or don't. Okay, you're gonna go sleep too. What? My timing on this is impeccable. And you're also sleeping. Okay, fine. We'll regroup in 10 hours. That's quite the joke, Jody, by the way. If you want to see how small the map is, it's this. YouTube chat. Like, this is the one that makes it obvious. That and the cavern layers are also pretty clear. Alarm clock designs? Oh, to like wake up dwarves? I recall seeing somebody firing bone crafts out of minecarts to wake dwarves up. Although drowsy dwarves are bad, so dwarves get drowsy if they don't sleep well, and that's really bad for combat, so maybe that wouldn't be a good idea these days, but reading through Boat Murdered, I'm kind of sad that Steam doesn't kill dwarves anymore, but also kind of happy that it doesn't kill dwarves. You know what's something I would really like from the Siege changes that nobody's talked about? Or at least nobody I've seen talk about it yet? Cauldrons exist in Dwarf Fortress. You can sometimes get them from traders. I really want to be able to assign a liquid to a cauldron. And build, like, basically like a cauldron stand that you can push over on command. What Don't Thank Me Please said. Basically, like, you'd load it by putting 1 coal into it and use a bucket to transport the liquid. I mean, like, I'm trying to think. We already... Okay. How many uses for tallow are there in Dwarf Fortress aside from cooking it? Like, I think just about every fort in existence has mountains of animal fat. Yeah, it's like soap. That's it, right? You know, like a cauldron, charcoal, animal fat. Psst. I'm just saying. I know that I think you can cook tallow as well, but or through grates. Or just like an open hole in the floor, Chris? Which would also, like, you know... How is pearl ash made? Charcoal? No, it's ash, potash, pearl ash. They'd pour shit from the ramparts? Yeah. Like Chris says in the YouTube chat, that really happened from medieval sieges. They'd pour shit from the ramparts. Yeah, no, that's where I'm pulling it from. And also, they would launch the heads of the deceased into castles and stuff to, you know, cause copious amounts of mental trauma, mostly. Let's just station you right here, because you're all ready to go. Feces. That's just my guess. Laya. Feces, refuse of all sorts, body parts. Whatever they found in the gross pit. Etc. Oh, there we go. Mark's dwarves are firing. Something hit him. An iron bolt strikes him in the tongue. Well, I guess the tongue is one big muscle, so that makes sense. It's also firmly lodged in the wound. He caught it. Look at that. Watch your mouth. Gave him a tongue piercing. It's like the time that my older sister stepped on my head in a swimming pool when I was a child and put a hole in my lower lip with my braces. I still have a scar from that. And nobody told me until the day after. I was a little kid. I was like 9 or 10 or something. And I remember like looking in the mirror and realizing that because there was a Band-Aid there, right? When I took the Band-Aid off and looking underneath it, and then my mom going, "We were too scared to tell you. We thought you'd freak out." I was like, well, I did. Uh-oh. So, I know what it does. The, Forgotten Beast. It makes you rot. Like, I need to just... Okay, hold up. Do I still have a hospital? That's the current question, and if I don't, I just need to make one really quick. I don't. Okay, so I'm going to make one really quick. It's more like body rot, but... And nobody ever is sorry for body rotting. That is... absolutely true. Man, there's still people watching this stream today. This is crazy. Okay, you, need to be diagnosed and cleaned. That's distressing. The stepping on giant timber nail. It's like that scene in Home Alone. Everyone's gonna have a gross time indeed, yes. Very sad. Okay, there goes the bucket. I read that as I get up early. I get up too early sometimes. But maybe you give up too early sometimes. Ooh. Forgotten Beast frozen extract. Doing some surgery. Oh my god. I love it when this happens. I've got sand right there. Because enough water has finally landed here that it's become a proper cavern floor. And I've got sand. Which means I could just straight up put a grate here. You know, I've never seen A Quiet Place. It's been on my I would like to see this page for a bit, but I've never actually seen it. Okay, so this dwarf's now just like completely covered in moderate bruising and will be a giant walking scar sooner than later. But should be good now. So let's go shoot some more bolts at it. Forgotten Beepus? Where is you? Oh. Wait, what? How in the Goblinite did you get down there? Hmm. Huh. There must be a tunnel connecting the middle and bottom layer. There must be. Because, like, it's pretty far removed from this. It's like, I know that this is probably connected to the lower layer somehow. So there's probably a hole in it. But, like... how the hell did you go from down here to down there? That's kind of concerning. He makes your skin rot off your body. Okay, hold on. Let me just do this. Let's follow him. Also, he makes himself rot. Or it makes itself rot. Also, apparently teleporting. Wasn't there a staircase? Not one that should be able to connect the two. Oh, shit. No, you're right. I'm extremely stupid. But, like, I didn't think that that connected the two. Because there's one right here. Goes to here. Did I not? Oh, I know what I did. I see. I never fixed that. I thought I did, but... I'm gonna seal him in there. Come on, Dwarf. Pretty good. He has bad breath. Yeah, that's for sure. So now I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this thing. I could catch it. Also, Tapioca's right, YouTube chat. Constructed floors are more valuable or have a higher base value than stone floors. So, because of that, you can essentially just like you can have overall higher value rooms if you are constructing your floors before you do anything else with them. Speaking of doing anything else with them, this is now a library. They're knuckle worms in regards to the hand in the tree. Knuckle worms are like I think it's wilderness or higher level biomes. Set these guys to no orders for a wee bit. They can still train if they want. Reset their gear. And now we find out if I accidentally... Or now we find out if I did or didn't screw up slightly. And end up with... multiple Necronomicons in the fort. We'll find out. I presume we didn't, but we now find out. This guy really likes, this lady here really likes getting into arguments. The dirt knows, does it now? So the kind of distressing thing that I'm currently running into is I really don't have... I really need these trees, these mushrooms here, to start growing into something usable. Because if they don't, well... Where do Necronomicons come from? Well, when a mommy Necronomicon and a daddy Necronomicon love each other very much. So, in seriousness, Necronomicons are written by necromancers and can be stolen from necromancer towers. That's just Comic-Con? But no, Necronomicon is the word that I'm using here. Let's just go traps, cage traps. Grab this lever, jump up to the surface, pull that, or connect it to that. Yeah, it's like the zombie walk event things that happen sometimes. Or like all those people who dress up as Umbrella Corp. How do necromancers start? So dwarven gods are cowards, same with human gods. And at the beginning of each world, some of those gods would like to occupy the world, and in exchange to allow them to occupy the worlds, they make pacts with super demons. Now, archdemons or super demons are these evil overlords that run the goblin factions. And the evil goblin factions, in order to appear, they need to have a demon come to the surface from the underworld. And so the demons in the underworld make a pact with the elder gods, the human gods or the dwarven gods, and they do a little bit of a dealy-do. And then when the deal is done, a slab is created, which binds the demon with the world, allows the goblins to spill into the mortal realm, and also summons an archdemon. Now, the slab has the secrets of life and death on it. And then they can write books with the secrets of life and death. Also, humans turn their dead into mummies. And just like the hit film The Mummy, if mummies are disturbed from their sleep or eternal slumber, because they really like their slumber parties, so when they get disturbed, they get really annoyed. It's kind of a horrible state of reality for them, honestly, because they get disturbed all the time. When they get disturbed, they awake. And when they awake, they are very grumpy. And when they're very grumpy, they summon all of the dead things that are in their tomb with them because they don't like to die without friends, naturally. I mean, who would? They summon all of the dead things in their tomb back to life, and I think they can also write books with the secrets of life and death in them if they get disturbed. So when they wake up and they go, ow, ow, they, you know, I think can write the books. Aren't the secret slabs to first granted to those obsessed with their immortality? They can, like those initial characters obsessed with their mortality can go make a deal with the archdemons to get the slabs. But without the archdemons and without the slabs, they can't get rid of their mortality, I don't think. But the evil gods are those demons that are in the world that were brought up from the underworld. There's also vaults, which might be what you're talking about, which is where the gods live, and those have slabs as well, but that's a little bit different. We were asking where the slabs come from. They come when an evil entity is bound with the world. Those ones just exist already, which have the evil gods, or not evil gods, the god's true name. But that's only if they populate the world. I'll show you mine if you show me yours kind of feeling. Jody. You think your death is bad? Well, how about undeath? Goddess Todd, thank you very much for the 34th month. Welcome back, mate. I don't know what the fuck I'm on about today. Also, we've cleared the daily minimum by 40 bucks. It updated finally. So thanks, chat, for that hype train earlier. You guys are very kind. Helping keep the channel funded. I might be mistaken, but the vault slabs and secret slabs are different. I want to say they both have the secrets of life and death, but I'm not positive that is intended. They are different in adventure mode, though, because in adventure mode, they just include the true name of the entity that put it there. But I think in Fortress mode, they both have the secrets of life and death. I could be mistaken, though. But if you have the true name of the creature that put it there, you can then enslave the creature that put it there. So if you read it, you can enslave a demon, basically. But, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff with slabs. But I might be mistaken. I might be conflating the two. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Goddess Dot keeping that sub alive for 34 months? By the way, guys, you know what's kind of crazy? In 13 days, it's my Twitch partner anniversary. I've been a Twitch partner since 2018. I'm, like, counting how many years that is in my head, and that seems wrong. That seems wrong. There's no way that's true. It's way too many years. It's almost as long as my longest relationship. Can I collect all of the slabs and like a Pokemon and become a god? I've, you know, fun fact, I know you can do it. I've never actually done it. Yeah, boy. Because every time I've found a vault, the slab has been missing and the demon's been dead. So I don't know. I guess theoretically, chat might have some more input on that one. And they're kind of a pain in the ass to find. Okay, so basically either a god or a Cthulhu-type being can create them. Well, that's neat. I probably... I'll say this. I don't think I know that, but I probably knew that and forgot. You know? You know when you know too much about something, Feminoir, and then you forget? Isn't the secret types setting? There is a secret type setting, yeah. But secret types is also, like, different types of powers that necromancers can get. It's not quite a like, that's what this is thing. There is also, yeah boy in YouTube chat, there is also a Pokemon mod in Dwarf Fortress, and let me tell you, Charizards are fucking scary. Although I haven't played with it in a really long time, so there's that too. Oh. I guess we finally hit enough population that we can have a mayor. Olan has been elected mayor. And they're a herbalist. I was kind of hoping one of the gremlins would get elected mayor, but maybe next year. What is speech skill you? You've got counseling and amongst other things. Oh well. And considering they were the expedition leader for so long, I guess that's where they gained all the skills. Actually, just gonna slap the rest of your tasks out of here. Just let you conduct meetings all the time. Dominok is now mayor? Alrighty. Good snipe. Conflict Saber drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. I guess that you were born ready for nobility then, right? I mean, that checks out. You'd also be the CEO that would, like, get HR to fire everybody and not even send out an email. He has great trouble in mastering fear when confronted by danger. And has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is often nervous, and he's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he has little interest in joking around. He has an active imagination and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he only grumbles mildly at crap weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And he personally believes that peace is preferable to war, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday. He likes earthenware and trifle pewter, as well as tanzanite and rope reed paper, and the color orchid, pink, and gems, and gauntlets, and ballista arrows, and reindeer. And for their large herds, you're gonna make me make ballista arrows, aren't you? God damn it. And the sound of the umber poem, and the sight of the larks of luxury, when possible prefers to consume pearl millet beer, and hates toads. I got something I need to do. I'm going to make a new squad now. With no uniform. I'll toss this person in here. See? This person. Caffit. And I'm going to go here. And get you to station. Right there. I'm also going to throw... I was going to say a table and a chair, but... I want to say a chair works. It's time, chat. It's time. Now, who's your best friend? Of course it's Erdem. Oh, wait, actually, no. Don't really have any friends. Never mind, those are all your pets. Who are we talking about, Tapioc? In YouTube chat? Oh, if you're asking me why not I get them to train, because I'm just literally making them walk here. I'm about to remove them from this squad. Whoops. Who ended up in here with you? Oh, Saigon. Well, so be it then. Make a new library. And this library is going to be called The Learning of Immortality. Chad, I need a round of beers right now. Although they may also actually, hold up. They may also need a pedestal, presumably. Or bookshelf, maybe? Okay, hold up. I'm gonna need to gimmick this back together. What's your friend? Saigon the Ranger? Okay. I'm just gonna get them stationed right here, just so that they don't move. Bookcase. And... grab a table from somewhere. Yeah, we'll just plop a bookcase next. I think that's probably all I need is a bookcase. I actually don't know if you need bookcases for them to read, but... Moreb the Surgeon has been possessed as well. And they have claimed this place and are carrying Lemonite. Well, that's gonna be cool, if nothing else. Wait, how dare you? Come back. Okay, this is all just like a stall in the motions. Just need to wait for... There you are. Okay, now I can just get rid of the squad. Oh, come on. Did I... Sorry, I just had a dumb moment. I thought that was already done. Oopsies. No, not you. Well, why not you as well? Saigon is your name? Oh, I'm in an ad break. Shit, my bad. You can train them when they are in the station? Not really, but if you put a barracks in a strategic location and tell them to train there, it's just as good as them being stationed, I think is what they're suggesting. It's now part of the plan. I mean, clearly. I mean, the plan is to turn a lot of these dwarves into necromancers eventually, but for right now, I'm just going to do a couple. There you go. That's what we need. Although I'm not 100% positive that these gremlins can read books. These gremlins are doing some very different... My phone's vibrating. These gremlins are doing some very different things than I'm used to gremlins doing normally. And I think that may be because they're pets from a necromancer. Depressal. Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. There you go. First one reading it. My phone going off. Oh. Not important. It should be called Immortality for everyone, but not going to judge the author too much. No, I don't even think they need a chair. Spoon! Thank you very much for the follow and the prime. Thank you much. Appreciate you. Quick turnaround on that. I mean, look at the, if you want to get a similar idea to what Tapioca in YouTube chat is talking about in regards to using barracks for that, look up the YouTube video Cavern Tavern. Same idea. I think that just answered your question, JX, or J9X5. And Moreb, the surgeon, has created Arogushist, a Lemonite amulet, and offers it to the bloated baker of cooks. I'm also going to make another burrow, which is going to go from here to here, and then here. This one's going to be called Necromancers. Good color, too. And this one is going to be for the Necromancers, which is currently just one. But the real question is, why you no read book? You do have skill in reading. Pixel Data Bit, thank you very much for the prime. Maybe you want to become a zombie then. Oh, never mind. Perfect. I was gonna say that took a little bit, but... So you know some poems. Did you cancel reading the book halfway through reading the book? Because now you just want to go attend a meeting? That is funny. That is very fucking funny. Well, that's the mayor's office, so what if, I smooth this? And then fortify it? Is the other guy reading it now? He already read it. That's why he's purple. You can just stop reading mid-page? Yeah. It's truly a shame. Oh, now you're asleep. This Cafet person is causing me some problems, let me tell you. Okay, now you're just gonna go read the book, that's fine. After I set it up so that you could have that meeting if you really wanted it. I made a confession box for the necromancers, if they insist. All right. Now that I've done that, I need to test something or check something. That sucks. Okay, so I'm going to make a pen pasture right here. And be really, really mean. Never mind, can't do that. So instead of doing that, I will make a burrow. And this is going to be for 1 gremlin. Let's do Levin. And then remove that gremlin from up here. And turn that off. But currently you're sleeping. That's fine. So what I'm going to do, and what I'm plotting here, chat, is I'm going to kill that gremlin. If you attach a book to a lever, yeah, fair enough. I don't blame them, honestly. That book's going to remain there and forbidden. I'm also kind of curious, how many books does this have? 90. I mean, I had to steal 90 books to find that. Could probably actually put you into a squad. Let's do that. And then you just go station right there. So this is going to kind of be a test run of this anyway. Hold up, gremlin, the shape of a book, the shape of a lever. Is that not a scroll? Because I would have to have writing material and then assign them as a scribe. So now it doesn't matter who pulls this lever. I just need somebody to pull this lever. This is kind of a test run here anyway. Oh, pfft. You guys notice the problem? Never connected it to the thing. So, just got to connect it to the thing. It's fine. That was a test pull. Please ignore. I thought I connected it. I guess I didn't. My B. I built it yesterday. I'm sorry. I was in a mood yesterday. Okay, sorry for the false start there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch this gremlin in a cage trap. I'm going to starve this gremlin. Then I'm going to remove the gremlin over here from the cage trap and see if I can get an intelligent undead gremlin. That's what I'm going to do. That's the hope. That is the goal. That is the idea. That is the intended result here. Was that pedestal empty? The book is in the bookcase and it's forbidden. Tapioca. Okay, so now we need to pull this. Why would that be funny? That would kind of suck. Game-breaking bugs are never funny. Okay, so now we have 2 test subjects. We have our lovely, unknowing, unwilling volunteer. Ratus. And, the Gremlin Levin. Now, I'm gonna forbid this. And forbid that. Unforbid it. Unforbid that. And I'm going to place a cage. Right here. And a cage right here. You can't sell the dwarf. They'll be released from the cage when you sell the cage. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I did want to deconstruct that, though. Good lord, what's happening here? Shenanigans. Wait, hold up. Oh. Apparently if they're assigned to station, they get released. It's okay, they're automatically recaging it. It's perfect that the Necromancer's doing it. Are you just releasing yourself? Oh my god, that's incredible. This classy motherfucker is just releasing himself from cages. I'm trying to starve you to death, man, and you're just like, nah. I have no words. I mean, that's absolutely what it is. Yeah, it's just a big science experiment. The problem I have right now is I need a scary animal. I don't think trolls are scary enough. I don't think they are. Although actually, if I put him into a squad, that'll probably do it. So what I'm going to do is put the troll trap there. The Forgotten Beast is a bit much, in reality. Man, I wish I had wood. Totally out of wood. I need to go to where that Forgotten Beast is. I'm just going to make 30 iron cages. Those will be super heavy and annoying to deal with, but I don't really have many options right now. He's back in the cage again. Is he? No, he isn't. I wonder if I forbid it. I mean, I could just drop a rock on his head. I mean...
What an adorable fort.
Okay, here's what I could do. Let's lock the door. Until he dies. Just gonna wait until he starved to death. It's fine. Thank you, Spitalier. Thanks for 70 months as well. If the music is off-tuned, hit play pause on the stream. That'll fix it. So what I need is I need these two characters in here to starve to death. And when they've both starved to death, I'm going to release them and test this whole thing. 70 years of sub? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. The Wi-Fi in your hotel is garbage. Sounds like a standard hotel. I mean, who doesn't want an undead gremlin? I know I do. Those cobra eggs aren't fertile, so I gotta get rid of them. I saw Servish hate golds recite the hexes ever onward at the brass spice. What the hell is hexes ever onward? This is madness. Testing a dwarf versus the gremlin? Well, I mean, they may both fail. That's also certainly possible, but I don't know why I had to decide to use it on the happiest dwarf in the fort, but you know, here we are. I mean, I could just wall them in, sure, Tapioca, but I prefer to... I don't know, I want to try this cage thing because I learned recently that cages that are... Built cages do not let bodies rot, and I want to try it in practice. So, and apparently that's an intended feature. Like, that's not like a bug. I assumed it was a bug, but I actually asked Putnam, and Putnam said it's intended, so... They don't fall. Yeah, they pause time. So they're like, you know, a bag of holding or something. And so that way you can have a completely uninjured dwarf do that. Okay, also this amulet, which I need to look at. I'm thinking that'll be a gift for the mayor. The Lemonite amulet. So Lemonite amulet, all craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave-toed leather and encircled with bands of round lemonite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of lemonite. On the item is an image of guppies and lemonite. Yeah, absolutely. That can go to the mayor. Speaking of the mayor needs better accommodations and things. I was going to use this area. I'm also currently unaware as to why nobody is making rock blocks. Oh, they are. I just used them all. I get it. I get it. And I'm also going to go here. I'm going to go... Nope, not that. I'm going to do this. Say everything but metal ores. And I'm also going to fly down through here, and let's place some more of these. Also, hey, Zalvi, how's things? How am I getting them to starve while in a cage? Well, you get hungry while you're in a cage, and the cages are in a room, and I locked the door. So nobody's going to bring them food. If I hadn't locked the door, then... obviously, they wouldn't starve, but I've locked the door, so nobody can get in there to give them food. Gremlins live inside your cages, no death. Are those tame gremlins? Or wild gremlins? But, I don't know. I'm also messing around with this, recaging of gremlin thing. So this is new for me. Huh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, there you are. Yeah, see? He's getting hungry. Oh, if they're wild, that would be why. Wild things don't get hungry. They have to be tame. Bearded Dwarf, you can name him his Dudis. His Dudis of California, sure. Who would you like? This is the list of happiest ones. There's a necromancer and a mayor available, in fact. Actually, sorry, not a mayor. I misread that. Dominoc's there, but there's an administrator, or not an administrator. Where is it? But there's a necromancer available. You'll necro take the mancer? Got it. His dudeness. He is stingy with resources when working on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort. He is confident under pressure and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and is often nervous. He has an active sense of humor and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He tends to think before acting and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and a seagull just flew right across the sun and the sun blinked like an eyeball. It was kind of creepy just now. Anyway, he tends to form only... I'm also blaming it on seagulls because there's a lot of seagulls around here. It could have been any bird. Some migrants have arrived. Look at that. Where was I? He does not easily fall in love, and he rarely develops positive feelings. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He lives a fast-paced life and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He finds obligations confining, and he values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by this, by his natural tendencies. He doesn't seek out excitement and is somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He just always trails off when he's thinking about something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Not anymore, though, because he's a necromancer. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values self-control and does not respect laws. And then a good dwarf comes and gives you a few times, and now you're tame, and a little bit later you're starving. Yeah, it seems about right. You forget how to get your own food. He likes trifle pewter and ruby and rattlesnake bone and the color lemon, cabinets and satyrs for their woolly legs. The sound of the cardinal incense, and when possible prefers to consume cavefish and potato plants and peach cider and elephant head amaranth leaves. And absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Me too. You're passing acquaintances with some dwarves and you have no friends. And you worship the god of death and the stars, which honestly checks out. So Rat hasn't started to get hungry yet, but Laven is hungry and thirsty. How we doing, Dre? Doing all right, Andreas? Why don't Wild get hungry? Just an intended game mechanic. Because only animals that are in your care need food. The game presumes that wild animals would be able to find their own food. So the second something is considered tame or trained, you have to take care of it. If it's a grazer, it needs to be pastured on grass in order to be able to graze. All grazers don't starve to death naturally in the overworld because they're just grazing everywhere. The whole world is their grazing spot. And non-grazers don't starve. They just exist. I'm in an ad break real quick. I'm going to go put on some shorts because it's getting a little warm in here. Turns out sun coming through the window mostly. Bastet, thanks for the raid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? All right, done. I do hate shorts. Specifically, though, I hate shorts in public. And I also don't say that all the time, but I have said that before. The Communion of Moths has many worshippers, and now requires a temple and a high priest. Or a temple complex and a high priest. Sure, I'm sure we can satisfy that need. Which is literally this, if I'm not mistaken. Yerp. But I don't say that all the time. That's a massive exaggeration. I have said that before, though. And it is correct. I'm not a fan of shorts. but I'm also not a fan of sitting in a puddle of sweat. So when the sun is out and it's warm, you know. Oh, I didn't even clock that was a joke. I genuinely have stated that I don't like shorts. Also, I don't like making shorts. I don't actually have anything against shorts as a format. I just find them not super creatively fulfilling to create. If I don't, I'd go 10 hours without breaks. Oh. What you playing, Bastet? I think hating YouTube Shorts is like kind of a waste of human energy, to be honest with you. I think there's things in life that are worth hating, and videos that are in a format that is not your first choice or preference is not one of them. But, you know, that's just me. You live your life. Because, as I like to say, hate is a pretty strong word. There's very few things in this world I actually hate. Tapioca is perplexing me right now in the YouTube chat. Because they say, well, technically I hate the clicking, I want to see less of that. And they also say that if I feel the hate is too exhausting, I will pay for a different streaming service. What streaming service are you going to pay for exactly? What else is there other than YouTube? If that's what you're talking about. I mean, I can tell you're not in the Twitch stream, so I presume that's what you're talking about, but I also don't really know. I genuinely think that if you hate something, like if you hate shorts, there's something specific that you should do for your health, which is never go on YouTube again. Go do something else with your time. Period. Like, read a book. Because if, like, I dislike the format. I don't think it's creatively fulfilling to make. I don't like it. I think it's ugly looking. I generally find the way they are pushed to people to be a bit of a pain in the ass. But I'm also not really somebody who, how do I put this? Feels the need to hate something like that. You use big words, you merely dislike them? I don't believe that that's true. Because if you merely disliked them, you wouldn't use big words. But, alright. Hello there, Fanyogs. How is you on this fine day? But that's not a fault of YouTube Shorts, Suspicious Salad. That is a fault of the tech industry as a whole. Like, that is a really big systemic issue, and I agree. But that is a fault of phones, period. That is a fault of the way we treat work, period. That is a fault of how all of our entertainment is served to us, period. That is a fault of how advertising works. I don't think that's YouTube Shorts' fault. It's like, okay, America has an obesity problem because Coca-Cola exists. I mean, America has an obesity problem because food access is difficult. Like, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio thing there. So I don't agree with that take generally. I think there's a lot more to it than just YouTube Shorts. And also, you do need to remember that, like, I don't know if it's necessarily fear-mongering. I think fear-mongering is, like, a strange way to put it. From my perspective, it's more of a... Phones are addictive. And if you have an addiction, it's difficult to break that and change your habits to something that would be described as not addicted to a thing. And if your phone mentally rewards that addiction by you having 9 hours of screen time a day on your phone, and people are paid to create things that make you stare at your phone, I don't think it's necessarily shortening attention spans, personally. I could be completely wrong, but from...
Yeet.
From my opinion... Hi, Hobo. In my opinion, if you... And this is an opinion, this is... Please don't take anything as 100% factual here. If you have an addiction that manifests in your habits, personalities, and your willingness to do things. So if you are addicted to your mobile device, you're going to keep using your mobile device, and it's going to make doing things that aren't on your mobile device harder because that's what you are used to using. Like, if you are addicted to nicotine, you need your 15-minute smoke breaks because if you don't have that, your brain goes haywire because it doesn't have the chemical that it needs. You understand what I'm saying? So shortening attention span is a very simplistic way to put it. And I do feel that that is the result of mobile device addiction, and that all of the platforms that we frequent that aren't websites, platforms, are designed to be addictive in their own way. But I don't think shorts being popular is an innate reason to say that our attention spans are getting shorter. I don't know, I'll never get one implanted. Can I, SR? Also, hi, Hobo. How are you? Also, Federico No Rico, your name just made me do a quadruple take because I know somebody with a very similar name. Like, excuse me? I think you're an extraordinarily nihilistic individual on this subject, which makes it very difficult to discuss. Suspicious salad. I think that there is a real problem with addiction and mobile devices, which is also why I don't like calling video games addictive. It's been something that I've been on a high horse about for years. And I don't think your take is wrong, necessarily. But I disagree with a lot of the words that you're using to describe it. No, we're not, Blue. I think you need to tax corporations accordingly for causing damage to society. And I think that there's a lot of things in the tech space that need to be fixed. But when I see people saying YouTube Shorts are shortening your attention span, and it's a sign, it's like you're borderline fear-mongering, because sure, but there's a lot more to it than that. And that's all that I need to say. See? Starving and thirsty. Thirsty and hungry. We're getting there. Oh, trust me, the 70s and 80s weren't perfect. Like, believe it or not, the 70s and 80s were completely fucked for completely different reasons. Every generation has to deal with things that are completely fucked. And it highly depends on the era that, or rather, it's all unique to the era that you were born in, right? Like, do not look at the 70s and 80s and be like, oh, it's all fucking rose-tinted marbles and like great, wondrous times, because that's just not true. That's just not true. Suspicious salad. I know that this is a strange analogy here, but I worked in a McDonald's that had 185 employees. I watched them remove part of the counter, turn the whole building gray, as you said, and replace a large portion of the lobby with self-checkout counters. By the time I quit that location and moved to a different location, they had 85 employees. I've watched my industry go from being a place where you send an email to a person, get a response from them, and then receive a key for a video game, to the point where now I get ChatGPT written emails full of M-dashes about video games that I'm pretty sure weren't made by people. And dozens of emails a week asking if I want to use their new AI software to automatically take clips from my stream and post them on TikTok. I know what you mean. I also literally am actively benefited by creating addictive content that people want to watch. I know what you're talking about, man. I get it. Takes a lot of people to run 6 tills, and when you don't need anybody running the tills at the counter because you don't have any people running tills at counters except for one till sometimes when there's overflow or a refund needs to be issued, you don't need as many employees. Turns out. By a dash related bug? That's really funny. I don't need you to concede. I'm not a fan of your choice of words because I think that having discussions about things like this is healthy and can help push the world in a better place, to be a better place. However, having discussions about this kind of thing online scares the shit out of people and doesn't really do much. Like, if you care about this kind of thing, which a lot of people do, your best course of action is literally going to local government and protesting. And more people need to do that, quite frankly. Things similar to what Louis Rossmann is doing. Like, that's what needs to happen. Because otherwise nothing is going to progress in any particular valuable direction. It just is what it is. If this is a rant, then, like, that is a wild definition of rant. It's a discussion. If I appear to be ranting, I'm sorry. Ranting would imply that I'm, like, angry or something, but... You need regulation and basic protections. Regulation and some healthy socialism. But it also needs to be global, because for every country that, like, cares about this kind of shit, there will be 5 that don't. You know, I was falling down a rabbit hole last night because of a video that I found on YouTube about Turkmenistan, which is, you know, a dictatorship, ex-Soviet dictatorship, fossil fuel rich country with a tiny population. It's the place with the burning hole that never stops burning. And the reason I fell down this rabbit hole is because I learned that the dictator of that country and his grandfather and his grandson are in a synth pop band, and they constantly play concerts for the 25 people who live in that country. For every, like, you know, place that tries to make these things better, we'll have dozens that just don't give a shit. And we'll just leave a hole burning forever. I'm not saying that what the USSR did was right, for clarity. I'm just simply stating that there are jackasses out there who will just leave a hole burning for all eternity and be in a synth pop band and pretend that everything is hunky-dory. It kind of is in some way. Well, I mean, that place kind of is. I don't know what you think I'm referring to. I said I'm benefited by making addictive content. I said I'm benefited by. And it's also not limited to shorts. My long videos are benefited if they're engaging all the way through, which keeps people watching. It's not quite the same thing, but it's similar. You would not call us rant? Well, thank you, Keep Sway. I'm being silly with the rant thing, by the way. I mean, I think that Tapioca is just kind of being meta about the way I communicate. I guess so. I think I have topics that I'm interested in. I think that saying that I wildly disagree with something, I think you're more referencing me from like 4 years ago when I wasn't on pills and hadn't gone to therapy yet, but fair enough. You know what's sad about Windows 11, Blue? I actually really liked a lot of the changes they put in Windows 11 initially. It was a pretty nice OS for a minute there, and then they kind of wrecked it. It kind of bums me out, to be honest. All right, chat. I've been live for 6 hours. And I'm trying to think what else I really want to do in this fort today. Could wait for the gremlin and the dwarf to die. You might marry it, or are you going to be like that person with the Tetris cartridge? And then rat. Uh-oh. Hold up. I've got 3 necromancers. 4 necromancers. I do have another book, I guess. Hold up. Did I forget to forbid that book? I thought I did. Yeah, I must have another Necronomicon in the map somewhere. They literally don't have the ability to copy it. That's something I'd have to intentionally do. I mean, it's fine if this starts happening. Just means things are accelerating. Oh wait, no, this was one I intentionally named. Concerns skillful gambling of the Lime of Pulleys in the early autumn of 104. Oh, I do have two. Departure, the definitive guide. I mean, okay, that doesn't actually surprise me that much. Hold up. Well, I found the other one. Checks out, though. Will this be a full-fledged necro fort? That is the plan. I just kind of want to like have a controlled exposure to the secrets, you know? Versus just like go hog wild, dwarfs, you know? That's all it really is. Because a controlled exposure is a bit safer and is a bit more predictable in how the chaos is going to break out. But yeah, that is the plan. I mean, it is Halloween after all. 'Tis the time of year. Use Red Hat Linux, but not for desktop. Yeah. I use Manjaro on my media PC, and I use Mint on my streaming PC. I've had them learn to read before, but, like, none of them are reading. I'm wondering if it's because, like, I've had gremlins in my fort before, but I've always brought them from, or caught them in that fort and then trained them. In this case, these were brought by an adventurer, and they're acting a little odd versus the way they normally do. So I don't know, maybe. But also I haven't seen it. I haven't seen them read anything. And I haven't been able to get them to read anything. I might as well just repeat what I just said 2 seconds ago, Zalvi, so I will spare you the pain. The recruit Orange and the militia captain Oliuk have married. Congratulations. They did it in the tavern with two gremlins as witnesses who are both mildly annoyed about the fact that they're naked. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the happy couple? Beautiful. Uh, 13. Well, soon to be 12 because I'm about to kill one, but then it'll go back to 13. I feel really bad about this. Just that I feel hopeless. I'm panicking. Like, they're just sitting there screaming. Would I want the secrets of life and death IRL? No. Fuck that. Absolutely not. I feel like that's a really good way to get stuck in some shady government institution and poked and prodded for the remainder of your existence. Also, I don't want to be immortal. No interest in that. But I can see why someone would. Only if they find out. I mean, just like many things, people would become suspicious about you living forever. You're too curious? Maybe that's a superpower I have. Also known as lack of giving a shit. Let's go here. Go gem windows. I mean, reading the secrets of life and death comes with immortality. So, yes. I don't know. I live with enough pain and stress in life. I think I'm pretty comfortable with human mortality, but... no, because you would be hunted down and killed probably if you tried to sell it. Like, I don't think you would live very long. I would not want the secrets of life and death. So. They're not even supposed to be in your fortress. This being possible is inherently a bug in Dwarf Fortress. Crossflam. So, do they ever become useful? No, not really. Unless you consider having, like, the wimpiest captain of the guard on Earth useful. No, not really. Necromancers die if you stab them repeatedly in the face with a sharp object, but they don't die of old age. It's been alright. Devilish, how are you? I like eating, though. Kage Jitai. I don't know. If this is just like a flat discussion of like, would it be fun to be immortal or not? I think I'm leaning on the nah side. Nah, I'm good. Pretty hard pass on that, actually. If I lived in the DF world, I would go as far away from everything that exists as possible and just, like, build a little farm. And try not to die to a rock. I would probably be, like, a very boring, solitary farmer if I lived in the world of Dwarf Fort. Because, like, I don't know if you ever noticed, but, like, the world of Dwarf Fortress is pretty fucking danger. Like, pretty high likelihood of you getting basically turned into a pile of viscera. No, not pedestal. Well, I mean, actually, I do need 10 more of those, so might as well. Rock altar. I'd get to procrastinate even more effectively. Yeah, that is a good point, actually. I do have to agree with that. That is a very important point to point out. That you would be able to procrastinate super effectively. If this is like a in real life thing, absolutely not to the vampire or the were-creature question. Absolutely not. Those are both curses, and they're curses for a reason. Like, from what I can tell mechanically, as a vampire, you would basically feel like you're starving unless you're actively killing things. Which, that can't be a fun way to live life. There's no way that would be a pleasant or interesting or fun existence. You mean being Jeff Bezos would be interesting? I suppose, Blue. Yeah, no, a life without garlic would be absolute torture. Horrendous. Horrific, even. Okay, so now the value is high enough that I can have a high priest. So the first veil is now Alf, and the sacred skull is now... do I have another named dwarf? How about his Judas? His Judas is now the sacred skull. The necromancers have infiltrated religion chat. No garlic breaks the deal. No longer fun. Okay, we've now got a dead gremlin. Just waiting for Radis. There you go, right here. Which means I should be able to actually forbid this now and unlock this. And Vabok, the weaponsmith, withdraws from society. Yep. Holy shit, I just learned something else. Apparently, Vabok claimed a weaponsmith shop. When they die, they eject their clothing out of it. Look at this. All of Rat Radis's clothes are now outside of here. That's really funny, actually. Why do they eject their clothes out of the cage after they die? Having religious leaders in your fort act like counselors or therapists in a way. And it's another place for the dwarves to socialize, and it satisfies a lot of needs. So it's important, but it's more important to the overall world sim than the minute-to-minute gameplay, I would say, because it does allow dwarves and characters to join factions that they wouldn't otherwise be able to join. So I need all of these to be linked. Once all of these are linked, then what I can do is I can take a necromancer and put them in a squad and station them here. Take 2 necromancers, station one of them here, and then take the other one out of the squad and get them to pull that lever. And that will do one of 2 things. It'll either resurrect these 2 dwarves, or Dwarf and Gremlin, and catch everything in cage traps so that they're safe from potential scary monsters. Or I'm just going to have some bodies rotting. Those are one of the 2 things that are going to happen. So, who's ready for some science? Once we get all these hooked up, that is. Because this is a whole lot of science right now. This works 100%? I have no idea. Because this is my first time doing necromancy stuff since necromancers have been able to summon nightmares again, so I honestly have no idea. In theory, it should work. In practice? I don't know. We'll find out. Ratus, who apparently I put a Q at the end of their name, has been... The dwarves have noticed that they are missing. Transmute liquid or matter? Yeah, I don't know. I just want my right eye to work and diabetes to be cured, so if I could just, like, get... Like, if this is just, like, a wish casting thing of, like, what thing would you want in life, like, that's all I want, man. I just want type 1 diabetes to be cured, and I want, like, my eyes to work. Because, like, having to live around needles is just exhausting. So, that's my request. I don't know. No, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't want to cure greater ailment. I just want somebody else to find a cure for it. Because if I had cure greater ailment, I would immediately get, like, forced to use it for literally everything. And especially if that was something I inherently knew how to do, that's a lot of pressure. No, I want that one thing to be cured. And I don't want to toss it on a scroll or make any magic nonsense. I just want some scientists to actually, like, you know, do their job and solve it. That's all I want, really. Mail? Man, our mail service is on strike. That's difficult. Just waiting on these very heavy cages. To get placed. I mean, yeah. Case in point. Blue. I'd rather they were postal, frankly, because then they'd be working as their service. But no, that's only Americans tend to do that. That's not so much a Canadian problem. This dwarf is strong. Holy shit. I know it says that they're strong, but like this dwarf's moving really quick with this. You want to know how to get the best customer service of your life, though? Get type 1 diabetes and then walk into any pharmacy. Especially if they're a privately owned one that needs income. Because you're a guaranteed forever customer. Because they ain't curing this shit. Anyway, enough nihilism. Let's see if this works. I look really tan because of the lighting at the moment. The weaponsmith has created Tishkun Athen Diesel, an iron crossbow, and offers it to the bloated baker of cooks. There's significant breakthroughs every 90 minutes. Does my pancreas still work? No. Do I still have diabetes? Yes. Do I have access to a cure? No. Do I care otherwise? No. When there is a cure that will cure it, yay. Breakthroughs can be breakthroughs quietly and far away from me, because people asking, isn't there a breakthrough with that? Makes me want to punch them in the head. Don't take that personally, but like, I'm gonna go adjust my lighting. Because quite frankly, who fucking cares? If it's not a cure, then it doesn't matter. Breakthrough is great, but fuck off. Please don't regurgitate, like, you know, random news headlines to me about how things are breakthroughs. My name is Snake Snack. Can do. Sneck does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is very curious, and sometimes to her detriment. She is very humble, and she is a friendly individual. She tends to avoid crowds and doesn't focus on material goods and has an active sense of humor and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at shitty weather. Oh, that's lovely, Shadow. I'm happy for you. The giant cobras are sentient? Well, no, not in the Dwarf Fortress definition. They're just livestock. Oh, I should probably unpause the game. That would help. Woof. Kage Jedi. I haven't eaten McDonald's since 2018 when I quit that job. So fuck if I know. I kind of hate the food at McDonald's. Person in YouTube chat. All right, let's lock you off. You station right there. You're not stationed, you are stationed. This should theoretically work. Let's see if it does, chat. I have no concrete answers if it will or not. It did in fact work. And I now have 2 nightmares in the fort. And then they disappear. Perfect. So it worked, but it didn't. I did get 1 unfriendly undead, which is not what I wanted. And a mangled corpse, which is, well, you know, this guy. But they were both resurrected, so the idea does work in theory. We're halfway there. Yeah, no, it didn't... It looked like it got back into a cage, but then released itself from the cage, was what it looked like. So... It's a shame that it re-died. Also, re-die, that's a term. Not a bad piece of science, chat. This is a way that I can safely resurrect things using my necromancers. And honestly, I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I could take the boulders out of it. That's actually what I could do, because that's what killed the gremlin, is this boulder. But I think that's a project for Tuesday, chat. Solid prototype. I should be able to resurrect that gremlin again. I don't know if I'm calling it. I kind of want to go play some Mega Bonk. Just go unlock some shit and just shut my brain off. It's Friday. I got maybe an hour and a half of stream left in me, but I think I'm good for Dwarf Fort for today. I can tell you for a fact you can't. You cannot force feed zombies anything. At least I can't force feed them the goo. I can force feed them alcohol though. But yeah, I kind of want to play some Mega Bonk, so I think I'm going to go do that. If you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be cool. Especially on the Twitch side of things. Or at the very least, leave the tab up. That'd be cool. But we are done with Dwarfs for the day. It is Friday after all, and I kind of want to do a little bit of variety, you know. Let me just go and get some things updated here. You have beer in the fridge? You should go get some beer then. It is Friday anyway. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. And if you're sticking around, that'd be nice. But I'm a realist, sometimes to a fault. So if I see you next week, I'll see you next week. Although I need to go grab my thumbnails off my server real quick. Apparently I deleted it from my live files. Mm-mm-mm-mm.